Hello, 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 hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to the stream. Running a little late, but that's fine. But boy, oh boy, there's a lot of there's a lot of shipping stuff to discuss today. Holy hell! Oh boy, talk about a whirlwind of events that happened and transpired in the last, I would say, almost 48 hours. Holy fuck! Oh man, from discussions to wars to battles to finding out what the hell is Cloud's mom talking about. That's right, we're bringing Cloud's mom into this, which is a current debate in regards to who the hell is Cloud's mom talking about when she talks about the perfect girl for Cloud. I've seen several takes from both sides, and I'm gonna give you my own opinion on it. We're also gonna go through some One Piece stuff. There's from the recent One Piece chapter that just came out, so that's awesome. This might not be technically a long stream, right? But it will be a pretty chill stream. I'm gonna try some Chadley stuff and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Probably not a lot, but I'm going to try some. And beat some of the combat simulator stuff to try to get the platinum for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. But that will be later. Probably in like an hour or so, depending how long this discussion takes. But should be a lot of fun. Potato Seb and Omnimoon, hello, 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 hello. How are you guys? How are you today? Welcome, 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 welcome. For some reason I had you guys covered by OBS. How are you, gentlemen? How is everything treating you? I'm mostly waiting on in a couple hours if I could get the damn festival tickets or not. You're still waiting on those? Wait, I thought the tickets were already being sold. When did they start going on sale? They announced the lottery results at 1 a.m. tomorrow. Lottery? Who does Hololive think they are that they have to have a lottery just for you to buy tickets? Who does Hololive think they are? Niji Sanji? Ha ha ha, sorry. Just taking a stab at Niji Sanji for no reason. Woo! Okay. I mean, it makes sense. They want to make sure that people actually have a chance of getting their ticket. But usually when a company gets this big and they know that they're going to sell a lot of tickets, they will tend to do this. So, makes sense. There's 2 rounds of lottery for tickets, and then general sales that will be gone in 2 seconds. We are lucky. Oh, I know. I waited here to try to get tickets to the show in Brooklyn, and they sold out. I couldn't even get in to even buy tickets. You know, I was so disappointed that day. Yeah, I remember that you did it on stream. Yeah. Not my finest moment on stream. I'll just put it that way. By the way, I've been playing Marvel Rivals, right? Yeah, that's the new Marvel game with my friends, and I think this is the I think sharks are the new fad. You know, you have Gura the shark, you have Jeff the shark. By the way, Jeff the shark is amazing. Also, we also had the Superman trailer. Did you guys see the Superman trailer? I gave my comments on it. I like the messaging that the Superman trailer was showcasing, because that's literally what Superman is all about. Yeah, we can watch it actually. Fuck it. What's YouTube gonna do? Fucking close my stream and give me a warning? Sorry, but we can definitely watch the Superman trailer. It's not a trailer. It's a teaser. The trailer hasn't come out yet. This is just mostly a teaser. But it's actually really good. I'm just nervous because as much as I like James Gunn and Guardians of the Galaxy, at the same time, he worries me a little bit. Because he did also write Scooby-Doo. And don't get me wrong, I think the casting for Scooby-Doo is fantastic. The movies, not so much. There's a lot of issues with the movies with terms of writing. So it's like, you're essentially playing with fire. You know? But, it's pretty interesting. Oh my god. Oh my god. I get it. Pie. Freaking
block ads for you. Like
I want to know why YouTube is playing fucking ads for an ad blocker. You know what? This ad blocker must be sponsored by Google.
Imagine watching YouTube and Twitch completely uninterrupted. And it actually
gets good
because if you do end up seeing ads, PieLegit pays you to see it. I didn't even know.
I've seen her enough times that I'm just starting to dislike her.
It even has a visual mode that lets you.
Her and this other dude that keeps giving me the same fucking ad.
A fast one on Google. It takes like 5 seconds to install. So honestly, just
all because YouTube's fucking ads suck.
Behold, Disney Plus Hulu Max.
This is so cool.
It's just the beginning. The ultimate bundle for an unbelievable price.
We've never seen a force like this.
Let's go. Let's go. All the best entertainment.
Brianna's getting heat again from the vocal clip. Of course they are. It's. You know,
the Disney Plus Hulu
if you
Max
want to
bundle.
look like you are on the right
$16.99
side of the shipping discourse, how about you don't attack the voice actors or the devs? I mean, I'm just saying. How the Superman trailer starts off with him in the Yamcha pose. Literally in the Yamcha pose. That's great. Okay, I'll be honest. Clark Kent looks like Clark Kent, where he is obviously disguised, and you like no one will be able to tell fucking that's Superman. That's how good that. I don't know. There's just something about it. There's just something fucking about it that makes me worried. It makes me nervous. There's something about it that makes me fucking nervous about the Superman trailer, and I can't describe what makes me worried. But there's just something that bothers me. I think the messaging that they're showing in the way Superman, is the right thing. Like, everything you see in that trailer represents what Superman's supposed to be, you know? But there's just something, in my gut feeling, there's something about this trailer that I can't explain why. It makes me extremely fucking nervous of this movie. I don't know what it is. There's just something. There's just absolutely something that makes me nervous, and I don't know why. I hope it's just like that feeling you get, like, you know, you don't want them to ruin something that you enjoy, you know? So, hopefully. Yeah. Like, for me, I'm more of a Superman guy than a Batman guy. There's just something in my gut. And James Gunn, don't get me wrong, I love James Gunn. What he did with the Guardians of the Galaxy is phenomenal. What he did with the Suicide Squad was great. I don't know. There's just something in the back of my mind that just makes me very nervous about this movie. But I'm hoping I'm wrong, and it's just like those early jitters, early nervousness. You know? Man. Anyway. Yes, I saw that there's going to be some sort of trailer for Is this specific going to be for Final Fantasy? Because I know Square Enix is going to showcase a trailer. But I don't... If I had to guess, and I would not be surprised if they do this, it would literally be just another... it would just be, again, Clive and Tekken. I would not be surprised if that is the case. Unless it's going to be something to do with Final Fantasy XIV. There's just no shot of them showcasing anything with Final Fantasy VII Part 3. Honestly, I don't see any chance of that happening. You could manifest it. You could try praying for it as much as you want. But I don't know. There's just something where it's just like... I don't know. Literally, unless it's the Final Fantasy 9, yeah. If it's the Final Fantasy 9 remake, that will actually be exciting news. You know? That actually be fantastic fucking news. Because I would love if it's a Final Fantasy 9 remake news. Or just something. Right? Just absolutely, just fucking anything like that would be fucking great. Whew. So funny I fell for the fake out in the CA video I sent you. Oh, wait, okay, we can watch that, I guess, before we go into like the big discussion. I'm curious to see what their talking points are. We'll hear what their talking points are. I'm very curious what their talking points are.
So today I'm going to be talking about how to properly write a romance. A lot of them get bogged down in this will they, won't they BS, and it can get pretty frustrating for your readers or viewers to consume. The fact that I'm usually not all that interested in romantic arcs and stories kind of gives me a unique perspective on this topic. For a romance arc to really pull me in, it has to satisfy one of these two conditions, preferably both. It either has to be highly dramatic in its execution, or it has to have a really interesting narrative device attached to it. Which of course brings us to the topic of our video today, how to write good romances. And our point of reference...
I do not agree with that. I don't necessarily agree with that, and that's on how to properly write a romance. I do not agree with that. I don't. Let me listen to it again.
Have a really interesting narrative device, and a lot of them get bogged down in this will they, won't they BS, and it can get pretty frustrating for your readers or viewers to consume. The fact that I'm usually not all that interested in romantic arcs and stories kind of gives me a unique perspective on this topic. For a romance arc to really pull me in, it has to satisfy one of these two conditions, preferably both. It either has to be highly dramatic in its execution, or
highly dramatic in its execution. What does that exactly mean in his perspective? Does he mean like that the execution has to be in some sort of big epic moment where the two characters reveal their feelings for each other, or does he mean like the execution of the romance okay.
Or it has to have a really interesting narrative device attached to it.
An interesting narrative device. I guess in his perspective that makes more sense than for say my perspective, because I like romance in my stories more so, and he doesn't. I don't necessarily agree, but let's finish.
Which of course brings us to the topic of our video today, how to write good romances. And our point of reference for this video essay is going to be not just my favorite game from this year, but my favorite piece of media from this year.
No!
Just letting you know
Final
there's
Fantasy.
a minor spoiler warning here, so let's get into it. In the FF7 Remake trilogy, the characters are extremely well written, and they all have some very interesting and nuanced relationship dynamics with each other. It's to the point where you could make a really cool chart about who each individual member of the party views as their closest friend. However, this video is about romance, and the particular relationship I'm going to use for this clinic is a standout. One that is built upon mutual trust, emotional connection, honesty, and goddamn, peak drama. And that relationship is Cloud and Aerith. What, you thought I was gonna pick Tifa? Nah, they got problems, man. They have a bit of an emotional disconnect for about 70% of
Okay. Let's see where this is going.
the story, and even after Final Fantasy VII, when there are no real obstacles to them getting together, it just never happens. None of the sequels specify the status of their relationship beyond being childhood friends, and they're just never shown to go the distance. They just don't make it.
Oops, sorry. Okay. Okay, hold on. He says this is his fit. Okay, hold on. Okay, wait. Hey. Oh, whoa. How far? Wait. Has this person played the OG? Hold on. Use the 5-7 back as a reference by a particular time to get the violence for those in the client. I don't think he's ever played the OG. Oh, he has never played the OG, so that's where his perspective is coming from. It's coming from specifically Remake and Rebirth and not the OG. Oh. If that is the case, I'm not going to really go hard on his points, because he's definitely speaking on it via the remake project, but we'll see.
If their relationship actually went anywhere, I could actually use it as the reference point for this video, but it doesn't. So that's why we're going to be talking about Cloud and Aerith instead. The first thing we got to talk about is establishing mutual affection. When you write a romance, the characters should probably be interested in each other. While this seems like a very obvious thing to do, I felt the need to mention it because there was a popular anime a few years back that forgot to do this and then put
I fear what this anime is referring to as
the characters together anyway.
Oh no! Oh, you do not want to know my gripes about Naruto and not Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke and Sakura. Oh god.
Also, isn't it kind of funny that Cloud and Aerith's dynamic is the same as Sasuke and Sakura's in terms?
No. You have an argument with Sasuke, maybe, but not necessarily Aerith and Sakura.
In terms of their like personalities, but the only real difference is that Cloud actually likes being around Aerith. All right, yeah, I'm not gonna talk about that anymore. Honestly, that deserves its own video. Anyway, when you're writing a budding romance between two characters, or an ongoing one, you have to always have an undercurrent of affection in how they behave toward one another, and more importantly, You need to be able to contrast their behavior with how they act toward other people in their circle. Watching Cloud interact with Aerith should lead you to believe that he is calm, serious, and emotional. But he only behaves that way when he's alone with Aerith. Outside of that, he's kind of a smartass, sometimes abrasive, and emotionally closed off. He's very, very stoic. Take the following scene that Cloud has with Tifa as an example.
I tried to keep it alive as long as I could. But now, it's dead and buried. Like the bar, our home, and everything else. They took everything.
Okay, this doesn't help your argument at all. Considering the fact that you actually know what Cloud is thinking and doing here from the Ultimania. This doesn't help at all. Your argument is that he's stoic and doesn't care, but that's not... Okay.
From us again.
Wait, so you're saying you see this and you don't see a... Okay.
Cloud. Cloud, you're hurting me.
This is a cute scene and all, but Cloud is not emotionally present here.
What do you mean he's not emotionally present? The fact that he hugs her too tight. He hugs her too much because he's emotionally present. He wants to be there for her. It's... Okay.
She can't even get him to fully drop his tough guy affectation while she's crying her eyes out.
Do they think that, like, the Ultimania and all that stuff is just doesn't exist? He probably hasn't read the Ultimania. His views of this is based off the game itself, which is fine. I understand that. But the devs' words matter a lot, and you see what the devs say about each scene in the Ultimania. So it's like,
He just awkwardly hugs her back after being completely unsure on how to respond, and then he accidentally hugs her too hard because he has super strength. By comparison, the version of this scene that Cloud has with Aerith presents a very different portrayal of his character. He's much more emotionally present and sensitive.
Your mom's really worried too.
Too? So you're worried about me?
Of course I am.
I'm sorry about that. Really. You've made me more happy than you know. And I'll always cherish what you've given me. But whatever happens, you can't fall in love with me. Even if you think you have, it's not real.
Do I get a say in all this?
It's almost morning. Time to go.
I'm coming for you.
If that's what you want. Thank you.
Look how much softer he is with Aerith as opposed to Tifa. There's a lot more affection there that's kind of bubbling under the scene. And that's what you want to go for. Not necessarily a drastic change, but a notable one. You want to get across the point that the two characters are willing to show each other a side of themselves that's not normally present, something that's actually special in between the two of them. Aerith also behaves quite differently when she's alone with Cloud as compared to how she is with everyone else. She's not as emotionally open with the other party members. Aerith and Cloud as characters have a lot of pain that they're shouldering, and she's better at dealing with it than Cloud is. She recognizes this about Cloud, and in turn she tries to pull him out of his shell to help him deal with his own pain, which is based in his isolation. By comparison,
Hi, Cham.
with the other party members, Aerith is a lot more whimsical, carefree, and silly. She doesn't get serious and emotionally intimate with anyone really outside of Cloud in one-on-one situations. Your character should have two speeds. One where they're with each other and being...
Like a... you know... You would know that's not necessarily the case because she's like this also with Zack. But he hasn't played... Doesn't look like he's played Crisis Core. It doesn't look like it.
Emotionally intimate, and then another with everyone else. So to tie this all back to how you should write it, always make sure that there is affection between your two love interests, and make sure that it's mutual and visible.
Okay, but there's one issue. You have mutual affection between Cloud and Tifa as well.
It goes farther than just kissing or sexual.
Like, literally, Cloud has feelings for Tifa, then Tifa has feelings for Cloud. Again, like I said, he's only referencing Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth. So it's like, I wonder if he's ever played the OG.
Context. They need to behave.
Because everything I'm seeing here is mostly from that. He doesn't know what happens in Part 3. He doesn't know Crisis Core, Aerith and Zack's relationship. It's like he's only basing it off of Remake and Rebirth. Unless he starts talking about the OG, then I have to assume he doesn't know what happens.
Slightly differently when they're alone together. Or alternatively, they can have inside jokes with each other, or they can express different forms of casual intimacy. Like,
he's not wrong in the sense that you do need mutual affection, right? He's not wrong in that sense. The problem is he only believes there's only mutual affection between Cloud and Aerith when there's also mutual affection with Cloud and Tifa, and technically more so because Cloud has feelings for Tifa. He's had these feelings, this crush, this longing for her since they were children. Right? So he's definitely missing a lot of like the past and stuff like that of Cloud and Tifa. He's missing a lot of the stuff you see in Part 3, which is going to be very interesting to see what he says when Part 3 comes out.
Sleeping or resting near each other or wearing each other's clothing. Make your relationship make sense by showing that there's something there that is not present when they're with the other characters in your story.
Which you can also say for Cloud and Tifa.
They have to behave ever so slightly differently when they're...
And if you've played Rebirth, you see that in Gongaga. So, again, he's...
alone.
Let's see what else. Mutual development. I mean, yes, that's correct. Yes, mutual development. Yes, that's correct.
This section...
Like, he understands the point of a romance. To me, he's not not seeing the other ship in the same light, maybe because he doesn't know what happens in OG. Hey, Hush Puppy. We're looking at this video about how to write a romance feature in Final Fantasy VII.
Directly segues from the mutual.
Like I said, his points are correct in that what makes a good romance is that you need mutual affection and mutual development. Yes, those are correct. But he only sees it with Cloud and Aerith.
Mutual affection tenet of good romantic arc writing. This one's called mutual development, and it simply entails how both characters change one another for better or worse. Toxic romances can be very engaging. This video is just about well-written relationships, not necessarily healthy ones.
Okay.
But in the case of Cloud and Aerith, we are talking about a healthy one. So, with that said, they both inspire a clear and palpable change in one another.
Well, considering what's going on with Cloud, I wouldn't say it's healthy, but...
Aerith, of course, makes Cloud more emotionally open, compassionate, and selfless.
Did he skip over Gungaga or something?
In the first few hours of FF7 Remake, he's a bit of a dick. However, because of Cloud's history of being socially isolated from his peers, Aerith's kindness and inclusiveness caused Cloud to let his guard down around her.
This is not necessarily false. Right? This isn't necessarily false. Aerith does bring out a side of Cloud that, you know, he's a little bit more playful. You know, he still tries to be, you know, this cool, stoic, you know, badass, and Aerith does sometimes bring out his playful side. That is not necessarily false. Right? It's not. So...
She, in turn, uses Cloud's moments of openness as an opportunity to get closer to him. As a result of meeting Aerith, Cloud goes from this...
Nobody do something this crazy just for money. They may not think you're a true believer, but you know what I think?
Not interested.
What?
You gonna stand there and pretend you can't hear the plant crying out in pain? I know you can!
You really hear that?
Damn straight I do!
Get help.
To this.
A weird, creepy monster we've seen near the hideout lately.
He wears a crown and walks around like he owns the place. If he's not a king, he's gotta be monster royalty at least. I bet a soldier could beat him up easy.
Oh yeah, real easy. But here's the thing. I don't work for free.
Correct me if I'm not wrong. Doesn't Tifa also do something where doesn't he also change around with... I'm trying to think. I feel like there are moments where he does change his tune around other people because of Tifa as well.
Or cheap.
But we don't have any money.
The watch wouldn't ask for money.
I'll do it for 3 gil.
Huh?
I'm offering a special discount right now on Toad King jobs. Looks like it's your lucky day.
Awesome! Now that's my kind of bargain.
I mean, this doesn't necessarily mean that Aerith is the one that changed him in this regard. It could just, I mean, Cloud was... It could just mean that Cloud is never really much of a dick to kids. Could have been something from Aerith. I don't know.
His strength
Could
to
be.
help people, and usually at no cost to them. He's doing this out of the goodness of his heart. And Aerith is the one that prompts this change within him. Aerith's change, on the other hand, is a bit more subtle. When Cloud meets her, she says the following.
You know, I thought about leaving once, but in the end, I couldn't.
Too dangerous?
Too much. A whole world bursting with life. Maybe more than I can handle, I think sometimes. Even now. People hate the steel sky, the slums, but I don't. How could I? All that passion, all those dreams, flowing and blending together into something greater.
Aerith is actually afraid to step out into the wider world and fears taking hold of her destiny. This changes, however, due to Cloud being such an attentive bodyguard that he guards her emotional safety just as fiercely as her physical safety.
Again, he's not wrong in that sense, is that that's literally, you know, Cloud does help Aerith brave herself to this open new world. That's literally part of the story. He's not wrong. Right? The problem is that it's not, it doesn't necessarily mean it's romantic. Like, I understand his points. He's correct in that mutual affection, mutual development is needed for a good romance. He's not wrong in that regard. But it's not, you know, always the it does not always lead to it being romantic. I mean, I guess that doesn't make any sense. It's more like you definitely need those, right? But it doesn't always lead to it being something romantic. People change, you know, people change because of people they meet. It doesn't always lead to something romantic. It could literally lead to them being like people who changed their lives, people who made them better, and it could literally be, you know, non-romantic. Think of it in the same way in One Piece. If Oda decides to not do anything romantic between Luffy and Nami, you can still make the argument that Luffy changed Nami's life for the better because of what he did with Orlon, right? That's perfectly fine. You know, that's perfectly okay. It doesn't have to be romantic, right? For example, if I was a teacher, you know, and I help a student who is struggling, who is having issues, you know, and I find a way to guide them to make better changes, right? And lead them down a better path, that doesn't necessarily mean romantic, right? Like, the student's not going to fucking fall in love with me, right? It could just mean that he respects me as the teacher that helped guide him down the proper path. That's not coming from Aerith. That's just him being a good person. I don't think it's her prompting him to do it. Cloud is a good person. He can be a hard ass, but he's a hard ass because of the whole thing with Emilio, and he's very conservative of himself, where he doesn't want to get involved or be bothered by people he doesn't really give a shit about. You know? Which is why he acted that way between Wedge, Biggs. He didn't let them in. Once he let them in, he was able to be a little bit more, you know, playful. And it had nothing to do with Aerith. Because remember, he really got closer to like Biggs and Wedge, right? Before he meets Aerith. So it's like, you know, outside from the basket and the flower thing at the road, he slowly begins to, you know, interact with them. You know, like when, you know, Wedge returns after getting bit on the ass by the dogs, right? He starts laughing with them because, you know, he's slowly bringing them into his space. That's just Cloud. That's just how Cloud is. It doesn't necessarily have to do with anything with romance. Cloud is a very conservative person who only allows certain people in to his personal space. And it takes some time for him to bond and allow these people to get in there. You know, he can still be annoyed about the whole thing. But once he gets to know you, he's literally, you know, allows you to get close to him. Which is what happens with him and Barrett as well. You know? Because in the same mission with the old men, he pretty much tells him to return the key himself in a mean way. He does. but he means well. He says it in a mean way, but he means well. That's just Cloud is just a really good person on the inside. He just has this rough exterior. That's really all it is. I literally had that experience as a teacher. He literally started to change as he was hanging out with Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse. Yeah. It didn't have to do much with Eric to allow a Merryweather Designs. He seems like a very new YouTuber, so I'm being... Again, I'm not going to criticize him too much of his points, because he's technically not wrong in his presentation. It's just he's kind of ignoring the other aspects of the game that really showcase Cloud as a character, and his focus is merely on how Cloud and Aerith are responding to each other and just their relationship, instead of like expanding how Cloud acts around everyone else and how everyone else slowly is breaking through Cloud. You know?
Aerith's got a lot going on in her life, and Cloud keeps her grounded. This in turn is why she...
Oh, we're gonna go with the grounded arc. Okay. Alright, well, that's something else we could discuss later.
Eventually feels comfortable enough to take that leap of faith. Because she has Cloud with her, she knows that he'll catch her if she falls. Literally.
Wait. But that's not what grounded means. Wait. Hold on.
That he guards her emotional safety just as fiercely as her physical safety. Aerith's got a lot going on in her life, and Cloud keeps her grounded. This in turn is why she eventually feels comfortable enough to take that leap of faith. Because she has Cloud with her, she knows that he'll...
I don't know if he meant it in a different way, or maybe I'm getting a little confused. Maybe it's me.
Catch her if she falls. Literally. Characters don't have to massively change in order for this tenet to be respected. Perhaps the relationship you're writing could simply be a method by which your characters find their true selves. Maybe they only add a singular trait to their personalities, and that's that.
Big brother, little brother? I mean, I guess maybe more like a dad or an uncle. You know, maybe something more like that, because I think Barrett recognizes that Cloud, being a stoic, sometimes rude person, is like kind of similar to like how, you know, a really like a teenager would act sometimes with their parents. I mean, I guess you could say big brother, little brother.
Simply put, you should show a tangible and reasonable change within the characters that are involved in the relationship you're writing. It can be good, it can be bad, or it can be something somewhere in between. Just make sure that when you look back at the beginning of the relationship, you can clearly track and recognize the shifts in their characterization as a result of being together. And that, my friends, is what we call mutual development.
Okay, conflict. That's also not wrong. A good romance does have conflict in some capacity.
This may be controversial depending on how you interpret what I'm saying.
Okay. Conflict is necessary sometimes for a good romance, specifically for one... No, it's mostly in fiction. You need some sort of conflict in romance, or like something to do in romance to up the drama. That's also not wrong.
But there's a lot of merit to it if it's used properly in a story. Tenet 3, conflict. Having conflict in a relationship can actually strengthen it when it forces the two characters to grow through their disconnect. In this context, it can mean
Cloud and Tifa eventually resolved their conflicts but never turned that into an official relationship. Okay. Again, I don't know how far he's gotten with the game. Because everything sounds like he's just specifically talking about remake and rebirth and not the entire story including what happens to the OG. Okay.
Either the following. Either the characters are not always on the same page and sometimes argue with one another, or that there are elements of the overarching plot that keep them from being together. In the case of Cloud and Aerith, it's mostly the latter, since their personalities are complementary, so they don't clash much, if at all, in both Remake and Rebirth. In fact, the closest they get to an actual argument is during their resolution scene in Remake. But that scene isn't really an argument, nor is it framed like one.
I mean, they also get an argument in that side mission where he actually, like, raises his voice on her.
Cloud is more hurt that Aerith is trying to keep a lid on their escalating relationship, but he refuses to go along with it, and he continues to become more serious about her in the sequel, FF7 Rebirth. To elaborate, the central conflict of Cloud and Aerith's relationship is a metaphysical struggle with fate and destiny. The remake games bring this conflict to the forefront of the narrative, as both Cloud and Aerith seem to have varying levels of awareness of what's going to happen to them. When you're writing your own characters, you should either have them disagree and be forced to work out their differences, or have circumstances drive them apart so that they must then overcome said circumstances. In the case of the latter, it's the most engaging when said circumstances are as fantastic as possible as opposed to mundane. They have to fight against something that's much bigger than emotional disconnect, or arguments, or just general relationship strife. Just remember that when you're writing your relationships, try to put some kind of friction between your two love interests. And I'm not talking about sex. Make the event of the characters getting together an actual event. They should have...
Yeah, he has not played the OG. Oh. He has not played the OG. The reason why is because he doesn't know what the live stream sequence is.
Have to work to be together. They should have to fight to be together so that the end game feels like it was earned.
Oh, Kevin. Oh, boy. I know a lot of people who don't agree with this.
The fourth tenet of good romances is...
Again, he's not wrong. He's not wrong that that's what a good romance has.
Chemistry. When your two characters interact with each other, there should be something like an ease of connection that the two of them have. The best romances happen between two characters that aren't awkward or shy around one another.
What? Okay, that is actually a point that I heavily disagree with. You can be awkward and shy in a good written romance. You can. I don't agree with that.
When you meet someone who's on the same wavelength as you, interacting with them should fill you with both energy and comfort. There can be a little bit of awkwardness, but it should only come up when things get really intimate, serious, or if the relationship...
Did he...
is treading new ground.
Did he watch the Tifa date? Because everything he's just describing literally describes the Tifa date. I'm just saying.
Otherwise, your two characters should share a connection that flows as freely as your thoughts do. Effortlessly moving from one topic to another or transitioning smoothly through different situations. This type of interaction should demonstrate that they're both physically and emotionally in sync, and that they intuitively respond to each other's quirks and cues and all that business. It should almost be like they share a stream of consciousness where their thoughts naturally align with each other, and it allows their dialogue and actions to evolve seamlessly without any kind of forced transitions in the conversation or scene. This dynamic reveals a deep understanding and attunement between your two characters, and it's essential for depicting a genuine and profound romantic connection. Chemistry. To give examples, let's refer to the following banter between Cloud and Aerith.
Want to get to Sector 7 in style? This is the passageway for you.
Yeah, you can send it to me.
You gonna be okay getting home?
And if I said I wasn't?
I'll go with you.
I thought you needed to get back. Don't worry. I have a backup route for emergencies, and it's safer too.
To give you some context, this happens when it comes time for Cloud and Aerith to part ways after spending just one day together. They clearly don't want to separate, and in spite of the butterflies in their stomachs and the awkwardness, Cloud is too attached to her to let his own reserved nature get in the way of their connection. He's stepping out of his comfort zone just to spend more time with Aerith, because he's not used to making himself so emotionally vulnerable in these kinds of situations.
Emotionally vulnerable. Interesting.
When you write a romance, the characters involved in it should have a natural synergy in how they interact. And even if there's awkwardness involved, say if your characters are teenagers or in their early 20s, like in the case of Cloud and Aerith, the desire to be together should always overpower their nervous energy. And also, they have to seamlessly bounce off of one another without any sort of break in the flow of the conversation or the scene. Take note of how Cloud and Aerith ran out of things to say, and then they started lingering, and then Cloud started making up the excuse that he'd escort Aerith home. Aerith picked up on Cloud's unwillingness to part ways with her and held their connection just long enough for another excuse to allow them to continue hanging out. That's what you're going for in terms of tone and character intention when it comes to chemistry. There should be an unbreakable magnetic pull between your two love interests, and it should be seamless and feel as natural as breathing.
Okay. Okay, this was the first one I'm like, this depends. This really depends on what he's about to say. Because he could be right, but it really depends on what he means by sacrifice.
The last tenet is called sacrifice. I won't get too much into spoilers, but I will say this. Aerith dies. Yeah, I know, but for those of you who are out of the loop, Aerith dying is like the Luke, I am your father, but for video games. It's a pop culture touchstone. And while it sucks that I had to spoil it, the Final Fantasy VII Remake games expect you to...
So he's played the OG then, if he's using this. Okay.
You to know this going in. The fact that I've spoiled this for you actually improves the experience if you decide to play the Final Fantasy VII Remake games. Relating this back to the idea of sacrifice. This is an important part of writing relationships that are kind of past the honeymoon phase. Cloud and Aerith, especially in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, the second part of the trilogy, routinely throughout the game put each other first, far beyond the point where they'd be considered just friends. In fact, the entire finale of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is devoted specifically to their relationship.
Why do you think that is?
Even though they're not officially quote-unquote dating, they clearly love each other at this point in the story, and we get to see just how far both of them are willing to go on behalf of each other.
Keep playing the scene.
Aerith is willing to give up her life in order to save Cloud.
Wait.
This isn't about me.
He skipped over the fucking line. Dude. Why? You can't use whatever dialogue fits your purpose. Again, context matters before, during, after the thing you use as evidence. Oh. Why are you skipping over it?
It's about saving the world. And you.
That's also not in the Japanese script, but
Cloud
whatever.
is equally committed. When you write your own romances, you need to show that the characters are willing to go above and beyond for one another, and even at potentially fatal personal cost. In the case of Cloud and Aerith, their efforts take them across time, space, and even friggin' dimensions just to be together. And that's what makes their stories so powerful.
Okay. Well, yes. Okay, this is what I meant, like, where it's dependent on what he means by sacrifice. When I think of sacrifice in romance, it's not literally about sacrificing yourself to save people. Which, by the way, she doesn't sacrifice herself to save specifically Cloud. She literally states in the scene as you're going up to the altar that she's doing it to protect her friends. It's not just Cloud. But when it comes to sacrifice, it's about being selfish enough where you sacrifice a part of yourself to essentially do something for the other person. That's what I meant by that last point being very specific. He chose the actual, literal sense of it being an actual sacrifice, like she dies, when it's supposed to be about each character sacrificing something about themselves, personality-wise, characteristic-wise, or something that they, you see throughout like they commonly do, and all of a sudden they switch it up because they care enough about the person that they want to showcase that they can change. You're sacrificing something about yourself for the other person. He's using the sacrifice of the actual story, which is not. That's not the romance aspect of this. That's the story plotline of it, not the romance aspect of it.
Powerful, especially in the remake trilogy. There is nothing these two characters won't do for the sake of each other. And that...
Okay, yes, but you used the wrong examples.
That's why their role...
You also skipped over a very important line that would literally, if anyone else saw it, would be like, but Aerith doesn't know what kind of like she has for Cloud. You skipped over that line. That line is huge in the context. Again, I feel like context matters before, during, and after each event. If you're going to use a scene, right, you cannot, absolutely not, just take one part of that scene and use it for something and use it as evidence. You have to use the entire scene. You cannot just choose whatever the fuck you want. It's the same way you cannot choose the English translation of a scene in one scene that helps your cause and then go and use the Japanese translation of another scene to use it for your cause because the English translation doesn't help your cause. You can't do it that way. You have to use one translation or like one language. For example, Japanese, English. You cannot do Japanese and then English. That you're literally just picking what you want because it helps you. It helps your benefit. It doesn't. You didn't show the ghost boss fight in remake.
Romance is so emotionally gripping, despite.
And look, Cloud and Aerith, yes. Would it be a tremendous romance? Yes. But it's not written to be that. It's like, that's the thing. It could have been a good romance. But the way Nojima has written it, it doesn't come out to be romantic. Which is why she says, I like you, but there's many different types of likes. She knows what love is. She has felt love. Because she fell in love with Zack. If she was in love with Cloud in that similar way, she would say it. But she's unsure of it because she doesn't feel that same way. That's the context of that line.
Me personally not being all that interested in romance, it pulled me in. And you can do the same thing if you include these 5 tenets, as mentioned previously, in your own writing.
I understand he was viewing this in the sense that he doesn't really give a damn about romance. But that's the thing. When you do not care about romance in general, you ignore romantic writing in the sense that 4 of his 5 points are correct. His 5th point would have been correct if he used the proper context for it. But it's like he's missing the small nuances and context portions of the actual story, and that's why it's slightly off.
If you're writing,
and why at the end of the day, you know, Cloud and Everett doesn't actually become canon, even the OG.
A relationship that you intend to go the distance, you have to include at least one example of each of these tenets in your romantic arc. Otherwise, it's going to feel half-baked.
Also, no, you don't. No, there's many different other things you could use in romance. You do not have to use all 5. I do not agree with that.
And in the worst cases, outright laughable.
Okay, I get it. I have gripes with Sasuke and Sakura. But you want to know something? Kishimoto, he even admitted himself, sucks at writing romance. Again, the reason why I don't like it when people compare ships from different series is because the writers are different. They think differently. They think of romance differently. If you want to compare romances within the actual game, that's fine because it's from the same writer. But comparing romances to different, like, shows, stuff like that, you can't compare them because they're different writers. Right? It's like, I don't like using that as a comparison.
Anyway, this is Evan with Merriweather Designs, and if you enjoyed this writer's workshop, leave a like. I'm an artist and a writer by trade, and this channel will cover things in the art and writing sphere, and will also include some of my own work in the form of voice comics and other things like that. So, until then, see you next time, whenever that is.
Funny how they use that as a thing. You know, like, the whole writer thing. Like, okay, that's great, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're an expert at the certain subject. Like, great. It's, I mean, fantastic. Hopefully your writing and your books are great. But that doesn't mean they're always correct. Like, I don't like Neil Druckmann's writing. Neil Druckmann considers himself a writer. Right? His writing's terrible, in my personal opinion. So why should I trust him if he gives opinion on writing? Overall, his points are correct. 4 of his 5 points are correct in how to write a proper romance. The problem is that he's specifically only looking at Cloud and Aerith, and he's not looking at the whole picture of Final Fantasy VII. He specifically only took the relationship between Cloud and Aerith and pictured it as romantic instead of looking at everything. Which is why I keep saying context matters. Like I said, people can ship whoever they want, right? And at the end of the day, it's overall a good video. and how he presented it, I just don't agree with his points. At the end of the day. Was he saying Cloud and Aerith didn't have conflict or issues? No. He was saying they do have conflict and issues. He's saying that that's one of the key things. They did have conflict and issues. They did. And he pointed out that conflict and issues is one of the key ingredients to a good romance. But she's not wrong. You need in fiction, specifically in fiction, you need conflict. You need issues. Which also shocks me, considering the fact that Cloud and Tifa do have conflict, do have issues. And he disregards it because he claims that nothing happens between them, which made me assume he didn't fucking look at OG and what happens to Cloud in general. So that's why I'm like, okay, maybe he hasn't played the OG. But then he showed a clip of the OG, so I'm like, do you know what happens in Part 3? Part 3 has some of the biggest Cloud and Tifa moments. Maybe he's viewing it through only Remake and Rebirth, but even then, the story isn't complete. You can say they have mutual affection or that they both love each other without the rest of the story being finished. That's why I don't even claim Cloud and Tifa are canon in the Remake project, because it's still a Part 3. They could do whatever, they could do a lot of things in Part 3. That doesn't mean that Cloud and Aerith are canon because of what happens in Rebirth. That's literally a clever talking point, that at the end of Rebirth, Cloud and Aerith are confirmed canon, when you can't claim that. You can't claim that at all. Aerith confessed, but she confessed in a way that was just like she didn't understand. She doesn't know how she actually feels about Cloud. She confesses that she doesn't know the real Cloud and wants to, know the real Cloud, but never gets a chance to. She sees snippets of the real Cloud, but never knows the real Cloud. So you can't tell. I don't know. What is this? Dad, what is this? Sorry, I saw a picture of something. Philip is a media analyst and has directed his films as well as met the Square Enix devs and insiders in Spawn, especially when he made his prediction on the origins of the Must from Minnesota, and EC confirmed his prediction. Nice.
What happened?
42 minutes. That's a long time.
Happened to Aerith at the end of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth? A question that has driven fans into a theorizing frenzy since the release.
Why is he talking like this? He's talking like he's literally directly in front of the mic. It's bothering me a little bit.
This year, to massive critical success and fan celebration, even going as far to be featured at Robert De Niro's Tribeca Film Festival, in which Aaliyah and I had the honor of going to, meeting the amazing director and producer. If you've been racking your brain like Sephiroth in the Shinra basement trying to get answers, fear not, I will teach you everything you need to know about the ending of this game.
Okay. Just a tip for anybody watching this at any point. You do not speak to the mic, especially when you're recording audio, like this. You don't do that. That actually does not help the mic at all. It actually damages the mic, because you're literally putting saliva and stuff like that right into the mic. I do not recommend that. He builds a chair while doing this video. What?
And what exactly is happening? So let me explain why this ending is getting the attention and the respect of artists. They've shifted the perspective to be subjective to achieve a feeling of denial and grief that is much more rooted and personal than the original. We're going to explain why using cinematic language and artistic techniques. So, buckle up. Be alerted for spoilers for the rest of the Final Fantasy VII story as far as the original is covered and the compilation. This video will be helpful for people who are veterans of Final Fantasy VII and are theorizing about the possibilities that are coming, as well as newcomers who are just confused about the ending of this game and actually don't know what happened. I'll also be explaining my top theories for how part 3 of this series is going to end and what's going to happen to Aerith and the rest of the team. And today's a special video because we are sponsored by DX Racer and their exclusive Final Fantasy VII. We have Sephiroth come down from the sky. Aerith is seemingly saved by Cloud, but then seems like Aerith actually dies. But then it seems like she's talking to Cloud, then the other party members are mourning her. So what exactly happened? Let's look back at the original Final Fantasy VII. In the original Final Fantasy VII, we have the same scene depicted. Cloud goes up to save Aerith. He's struggling under Sephiroth's control to destroy Aerith himself. He struggles to keep down the Buster Sword. He's about to do it. He barely resists. Then Sephiroth descends from the sky and destroys her himself. Cloud then mourns Aerith in his arms, explaining that she'll never breathe, she'll never speak again, she'll never smile again. We fight Jenova, he buries her, and the story moves on. So what's happening in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, by looking at the cinematic language that they've used and the same artist's art style that they've used in the past, we can figure out that this is actually the same as the original game. But there's a shift in the perspective from an objective point of view, where we're kind of just looking down at the story unfold, almost like you're watching a play, to a subjective point of view from Cloud's perspective. It's important to note a few things.
If you just generally like Cloud and Aerith, that's fine. But to say Cloud and Tifa didn't have some of the same talking points isn't right, and it would have been interesting if it just the part where Cloud doesn't sit where she pats, or the one I'm not romantic scene. I mean, you're not wrong. He's literally ignoring very similar points that he's making for Cloud and Aerith, and he's ignoring that for Cloud and Tifa because they both have the same talking points. He just sees it better, I guess, written for Cloud and Aerith, but
to understand what's happening in this scene. Number one, Cloud is at the apex of his breaking point, mentally completely under Sephiroth's control. There's only one more step in his journey when we go to the northern crater, where he just completely crumbles, doesn't even think he's a human being anymore. So we're just one step before that. So that's note number one. It's incredibly important to understand Cloud's perspective through the rest of the ending scenes. And the other big note here is Tifa. There are numerous points throughout the ending where we switch to another subjective.
Literally what I've been saying, but so I like this guy already.
Point of view, Tifa's. However, Tifa is a trustworthy subjective point of view versus Cloud's untrustworthy, mentally hallucinating point of view. Director Hamaguchi-san came out just the other day and explained that Tifa is Cloud's groundedness. She's there to ground him. She's there to help him stay himself. And this is incredibly important and accurate depiction of their relationship, considering the most important scene in Final Fantasy VII history, which is, of course, Cloud regaining.
I really like this guy. It's amazing how you know when someone gets it.
Himself, which is Tifa is the catalyst for that. Tifa is the one who grounds him, puts him back together, and allows him to realize he is a real person. He is the real Cloud, which allows him then to complete his journey and be the hero. So looking at these 2 point of view switches we have a switch to Tifa's point of view, which is voiced through the cinematic language of moving the camera, her point of view, and you'll see that from Cloud's point of view, Aerith is reaching up.
I remember when it was about like a couple weeks after Rebirth came out, I argued with somebody talking about like how that was Tifa's point of view, and someone argued with me that it wasn't. That it was our point of view, which I found strange because that's not what the camera cuts were doing.
Touching his face and saying, "It's okay, I'm with you, it's going to be all right." But when we look from Tifa's point of view, again, reliable point of view here, who is not hallucinating under Jenova and Sephiroth's influence, we know that for a fact. We see the dark truth, which is, of course, Cloud is holding Aerith's hand to his face. It's covered in blood. She is grievously injured, and Tifa is horrified at this, which is a stark contrast to Cloud's smile in his world. Of course, also, we have Cloud delivering the iconic monologue.
Wait. Is that Cloud crying, or is that... Or is that just the lighting? Because I thought that Cloud wasn't crying. I can't tell if that's a cry or that's just the lighting on his eye. The camera literally zooms in on Tifa as she's running, then immediately shifts to what she. That was what my explanation was, but this person didn't agree with me for some reason.
Of course, also, we have Cloud delivering.
He's crying. Okay. So when I mentioned that he wasn't crying before on the last stream, that was a mistake on my. It didn't look like it. I guess it was from the lighting itself. I just couldn't see it properly, but he was crying. Okay.
Iconic monologue from the original game, saying that Aerith will never speak again, just like it happens in the original. But we have the cinematic language of the Jenova headaches, the Sephiroth headaches that Cloud gets with this kind of glitching out effect. That cinematic language is being used to denote that this is a hallucination. This is Jenova removing parts of his memory, inserting other things. Happens every time Cloud is kind of not allowed to remember something, right? Or not allowed to see the truth. So sticking with the Tifa point of view, the other most important one that we have is at the ending after the final battle with Jenova, everyone's sitting at the lake, which is clearly after Aerith was laid to rest in this lake. She was returned to the planet, returned to the life stream. Cloud, again, having blocked this out, we can assume that he's blocked it out in the same way that he blocked out the monologue that he gave. He has not even registered this happening, so there's going to be another big hole in his memory. Now, you might ask, why didn't the director show this? Well, because we are sitting in Cloud's subjective point of view, and he sees Aerith standing next to him. In fact, he looks at Aerith standing next to him. Now, once again, we switch. Note that we switch to Tifa's perspective. Look at that cinematic language. And what do we see? The same exact shot, the same exact framing.
People called me nuts. Well, okay, I can't say that. People didn't call me nuts, but, like, people disagree with me on this. Man, god damn it.
But Aerith is not in the frame from Tifa's perspective. You can see she's deeply, deeply concerned by this, along with the grief of Aerith passing. What does this mean? Well, it means a couple different things. You'll notice at the ending, too, Tifa is quiet now. So, what do we know from the director? Hamaguchi, Tifa is Cloud's groundedness. She's there to ground Cloud, to keep him sort of on the straight and narrow, to not let him succumb to Jenova and Sephiroth's influence and lose himself. Tifa has shut down from the grief of losing Aerith. What does this mean for Cloud? He is going to keep slipping, right? He's losing his rock in his life. Who's Tifa? He's losing that now because she's grieving. Sephiroth's a genius, right? He took out Aerith, right? It's going to make Tifa grieve. She's not going to be there for him, leading very beautifully in a more sort of complex and humanity-based way up until the Northern Crater, right? So she may even worry that Cloud has already been lost to Sephiroth. So it's a really, really cool switch of perspective. This brave take that they did at the end, by making it subjective, by putting it in Cloud's perspective, really sums up why I love Final Fantasy. I will take the game that did something bold for the ending. It's saying something and gets a special presentation at the Tribeca Film Festival versus the game that does it safe and gets the easy sort of cash grab of just telling the scene exactly how it was to please the fans. I will take that 10 out of 10 times.
I need to work on my social awkwardness.
And let me ask you, what other games were featured at film festivals for special presentations, special honors? That's my point. Now we're going to talk about how Cloud sees Aerith even though she's not there. But first, let's take a break and start putting together this DX Racer Final Fantasy VII Rebirth chair. Not have to be a master build. Oh, that's because she lives in another. At the ending of Rebirth, we have this wonderful shot, Cloud and Aerith back to back. Aerith.
All right. Wait, what? Hold on, I'm confused. Wait.
Open the box. Make sure you do the safe, exactly like Reno's baton that he uses to see her if she's dead. Aerith.
Wait.
Hydraulic. All right, we'll get back to the chair a little bit later. Let's go back to how Cloud sees.
I was confused.
So, Aerith dies. The most important question, why does Cloud still see her if she's dead? Oh, that's because she lives in another world or dream where Cloud continues to see her all the way up to the ending of Advent Children, the film.
Okay, this is where I disagree with him. I don't think it's she's living in another world. I disagree with him on this. It's not another world. It's literally the live stream. I mean, I guess since the live stream is a brand, I guess the worlds are branches of the live stream. No, she's literally in the live stream, and she's communicating him through it, which is why Red 13 is able to notice her, because he's slightly in tune with the live stream because of who he is.
Let me explain. Again, using the art style of the same writer, same artist who made this, we can look at the cinematic language of Advent Children, the same exact cinematic language used both in Advent Children and at the ending of Rebirth. We have this wonderful shot, Cloud and Aerith back to back. Does this seem familiar at all? Well, of course, this same exact blocking of the characters, the same exact framing was used of the characters in Advent Children. And we have them standing there in this sort of white void. Cloud continues to see her and have these visions of her as visions of guilt in Advent Children. So these are the sort of breadcrumbs that the artists have left us to say this is Cloud's subjective point of view. And it's a really cool, in my opinion, explanation of that sort of world building, that sort of magic system that we see in Advent Children. That sort of makes sense. It's like, oh my goodness, he didn't just have that vision for the first time in Advent Children. He's been living with this guilt and this sort of guilt-ridden connection to Aerith since the moment she passed away. And I think that's a beautiful idea. Really express like maybe why he breaks down so much in Advent Children and is so riddled with guilt. And we look at all the
okay, so he's not speaking directly to the mouse, but for some reason the audio sounds like he is.
Characters' functions in the story. Again, we have Tifa.
Either that or he raised the bass. Maybe I have the bass up for some reason.
Aerith, who's like represents his guilt and what he could not do, he couldn't save her. Just such a smart way to get us to that point. And then of course we have the beautiful sort of goodbye sequence of Aerith continually knowing that she's going to pass away and that Cloud is not going to save her. She says, whatever happens is not your fault. Don't blame yourself. When Aerith lets Cloud go, sort of like officially we get this scene now instead of keeping it a little more vague where she says, there's liking and then there's liking. Thank you, Cloud, for everything. And she lets him go and she pushes him into the flowers where he first met her, where he fell down from the church ceiling. She pushes him back there, and that's their goodbye. It was the first hello, and it's their goodbye. And it's just like, it's such a beautiful, again, cinematic language to express these things, where we get to have Aerith process her feelings and make her choice to have this last moment with Cloud and save him, push him away, and also say, don't blame yourself. And just leads so perfectly into Advent Children, right? Thematically, visually, it's perfectly connected to Advent Children right now. So a lot of people have asked, how is this going to connect up to Advent Children? There's your answer, right? Visually, thematically, everything is picture perfect. And we have this expanded world building, which I'm going to get into in a minute. If you're an OG fan, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
You want to know why I think his insight is good? Because he's not viewing this as if Advent Children is a prequel. I think what I've noticed from some theory people who do theories on Final Fantasy VII, the ones that have like these hot takes, these very grander takes, are the ones who believe that Advent Children is a prequel to this, and that the OGs, that this is a sequel to the OG, which doesn't seem, which is where their ideas and theories come into play, that they make them grander and make them think that they're going to do all these changes. When the reality is, Advent Children is the sequel. It's leading into Advent Children, not that Advent Children leads into the remake project. And I've noticed that,
And we still have to talk about Zack, who is going to be a super important role in everything that I'm talking about right now. And you might ask, how is she talking to him if she's not there? Right, like where is Aerith physically? Is she in the life stream? Is she in this other world? I think we're approaching this too mathematically. For example, look at the Advent Children scenes, or even the scenes in the original when Aerith floats down in the forest and talks to Cloud. Back then, did you ask yourself, did you need to know exactly where she was? Where is she? Where is she during this? Well, no, because we know from the original, like in Advent Children, that she's confirmed to be dead in this scene. So you just know, without a doubt, that she's speaking to Cloud from some communication from the life stream. She's able to talk to him, she's able to connect to him. And we didn't seek a complex sort of mathematical explanation of where she is. Is there like a phone in the live stream that she picks up and calls? Like, well, no, it's just a connection. That the connection is his guilt. And Aerith's function in the story is, of course, beyond being this awesome character who kind of saves the world at the end from the live stream, that Sephiroth undoes himself by destroying her. She represents Cloud's guilt, and of course letting that guilt go at the end of Advent Children is finally the last piece for Cloud to just live his life and be happy and be himself fully, and that's sort of the ending of Advent Children, is him letting go of his guilt for Zack and Aerith, so he can just live a happy life with his family. So, considering we're using the same exact cinematic language, the same thematic elements, the dialogue echoing from Advent Children, talking about, don't blame yourself, forgive yourself, we can assume that it's the same exact mechanic as Advent Children, right? Call it a dream like Final Fantasy X, if you will. Call it a different world that survives because of a dream, because of the will, a will that will not diffuse, which was mentioned in Rebirth's lore as well. There are worlds that will slowly diffuse into the life stream, into the rest of the planet. People's dreams and people's hopes won't diffuse so easily. So what does that tell us about Zack, by the way? That's going to get into a little bit of my theories. Zack wanted to get to Aerith. He wanted to help Aerith. He wanted to be there for her and be with her. Zack is still alive and is finding Aerith, helping her.
Alive is a very loose term. I wouldn't say alive. I would say similar to what would Biggs.
And Cloud, what does Zack do in Advent Children? He helps Cloud at the end. He says, hey, you need a hand? Or you got him. And then he goes away with Aerith, and then Cloud's able to let them go at the end.
I do not remember that scene at all. Must have been an extended edition.
More food for thought. Call it a dream like Final Fantasy X. It's the same writer, Nojima-san, who's an incredible writer.
Hell yeah. All right. He's great.
Same exact writer, same mechanic of this sort of dream that dissipates into the life stream, into the dreams of other beings. But I think approaching it too mathematically...
It was in the remade version? Okay, I've never seen the remade version.
You're going to miss the forest for the trees. Do you see what I mean? Again, think back to Advent Children. If you're looking at the scenes where Aerith shows up to Cloud in the white void and says, where is she? So she's alive, right? Because she's talking to him. It's like, you're missing the forest for the trees. No, it's an artistic representation of what's happening from a subjective point of view of Cloud, who's riddled with guilt and has this lingering connection to Aerith. In the live stream, she's able to send her consciousness and talk to him. That's what it is. So you kind of get into a rabbit hole. If it's not the same mechanic, if it's not the same, that they're voicing with the same exact cinematic language, the same thematic feeling, the same similar dialogue, then they would have to explain away why it's different, which just stacks up so many different things and then do a whole different thing. It's possible, but it's just not the most likely answer. Do you see what I mean? And I don't think the most succinct or effective answer.
By the way, I'm happy that wasn't a white feather, because if that was a white feather, I would have fucking just thrown something at my fucking door. I'd be like, God damn it, Angeal.
Necessarily. But again, go back to the original Final Fantasy VII. It's like explaining how Sephiroth reconstructed his body in the life stream by stealing the knowledge of the ancients. These are abstract concepts that leave plenty of legroom for speculation. That's putting it lightly.
Sorry, I just saw a tweet. I'm assuming from a Cloud Aerith fan replying to an article about the whole sibling thing, which we will discuss soon. The tweet says, Nibelheim is a hell of a small town, just saying, implying that everyone in Nibelheim are related to each other. It's like, oh boy.
And details, and Final Fantasy VII as a whole is full of this sort of abstract world building and sort of concepts to the brim. So again, I think trying to get the exact answers on this and say that, because I saw her physically, she's there, may lead to a headache. And a lot of people have asked, why would they change the ending? Why would they do that? They want to say something. They really want to say something with this ending. Think about the depiction of grief that you felt in your life, or close ones to you have felt, the feeling of denial. mix that in with the world building and magic elements of this story. Genova mind control, like Sephiroth controlling Cloud like a puppet, the guilt of Aerith that Cloud lives with for years. All of these things come together and you have this amazing scene. And of course, one of the biggest questions, when are we going to see Aerith's funeral? When is she going to be lowered into the lake?
My guess is going to be North Crater. If he says anything other than North Crater, okay, I don't like him anymore.
And we're going to hear Cloud's iconic monologue. So I think Sephiroth's going to use it against Cloud. Do you remember what he said when Cloud first met Aerith in Final Fantasy VII Remake? First time he sees her, Sephiroth remarks that he can't save anyone, puts his hand on Aerith's shoulder and says that. So I think he's going to use it against Cloud and say, didn't I tell you? You couldn't save anyone? Why are you surprised she died? This is why you have to trust me. I am here for you, Cloud. I will always tell you the truth. I'm Sephiroth. And it's going to be such a maniacal sort of breakdown of Cloud by Sephiroth, which of course then leads us to the live stream sequence.
He gets it. He fucking gets it.
Healing of Cloud.
He gets it. Oh my god, he gets it. Oh, finally someone who understands me. I mean, there's several other people that understand me, but oh, so many people with this bullshit live stream bullshit. Oh.
She forgives him. She heals him. How does she do this? Well, by helping him accept the truth about himself, his shortcomings, his strengths, his mistakes. I think what a great way, again, to have him sort of accept Aerith. So I think we're going to have this sort of inclusive, full Advent Children arc of sorts as part of this. Again, this revision of the compilation. I think it's a good time to get back to this chair.
God damn it. It gives me a good feeling on the inside. You know? It really does.
The light.
Jesus. Like, makes me really good. It makes me feel really good that I'm not crazy. I'm not stupid. That there's someone else out there who's also on YouTube who understands this. Fuck, man. It's a good feeling. That's pretty good. That was a pretty good cosplay. He's great. And remember, he's a reputable source of someone's careers in media.
Building. So now we're going to build the actual chair part of the chair. All right, so first you're going to use this beautiful tool.
Okay, no, thank you. I don't need that.
Which will then make sure all those mechanisms are locked into place, and you get to feel this.
Oh, so no. Okay. I'm gonna unsubscribe just because him promoting DX Racer's gaming chairs is awful. Those are awful fucking chairs.
Glorious chair for the first time. All right, so let's move on to theories for part 3, if you can even call them theories. For me, it's more about understanding the artistic intention and what they're set.
Okay. I'm very curious. I want to see if it aligns to some of the theories I have that I haven't posted or anything like that, but in my head I have.
Up here. Aside from some really cool sort of expansions of ideas and sort of the humanity of the story, which is all thanks to Nojima-san. Again, Hamaguchi-san said in a recent interview, the director, that Nojima-san has really decided what they're going to add to in the scenes, and who they're going to, like, what character is going to be the focus of each scene, what character is going to get more screen time.
No, I know. I'm just saying, if they asked me to sponsor, I'd be like, I'd have to sell my soul, because I had those chairs. They were not great. I did not like them one bit. Jesus fucking Christ. God damn it. William Cabrera, holy hell, thank you so much for the follow. How are you? Sorry, my alerts always jump scare me whenever I have headphones on. Thank you so much. How are you today? Welcome to the stream. We're just going over this video by Philip Hartshorn Gaming, and I am enjoying it very much because he's saying a lot of the things that I have also been saying on stream. So, or in my any sort of content I make of Final Fantasy VII, so I'm very happy.
How we're going to be expressing the sort of depth of these characters' connections in more profound and clear ways. Because he went as far as to say, like, oh, in this scene it might have been a little vague in the original.
The only thing I disagreed with him so far is the whole that Aerith is another dimension stuff. That I disagree with. I don't think that's the case. I think Aerith is just inside the live stream itself. That's the only thing I disagree with him technically on.
I don't know what was happening or what this character was feeling, so we decided to hone in on that and expand it. For example, like I said, the sort of function of each character in the story. Right, we have Aerith representing Cloud's guilt. She even literally says out loud more than once in the story, whatever happens, don't blame yourself. Don't fall in love with me. All these things that are really kind of, she knows what's going to happen because she has the knowledge of the ancients, right? So I think that's really cool. And again, for people who would say, oh, this is clearly Aerith from the future who was sent back now because she knows what's going to happen.
I believe that. Initially, I did believe that. I did believe there was some sort of thing like that. Similar to like how I thought Sephiroth in this game was a Sephiroth from Advent Children. So it's like, I get it. I get why some people would think that because of, what she knows about the future. I don't believe that as much anymore. I still think that's still a possibility in some sort of capacity, but I don't think so. I think the Aerith that dies when Sephiroth approaches and she pushes Cloud into the flower bed in the church, that one I think was some sort of Aerith. I don't know which Aerith, but I think that was some sort of Aerith, and I think that Aerith is the one that was telling Cloud, telling this Aerith that Cloud hangs out with something about the future in that regard. It's still a little confusing. I don't know how much of that theory or idea is real in that, but I would not be upset if it doesn't come out. It doesn't come true either.
Yes and no. It's an awesome theory. I love it. Tell me all about it. Awesome. I don't think they're ever going to be explicitly clear with that, because in the original, it's very well hinted that Aerith knows what's going to happen, knows her fate, right? She says in the full.
Hey, KG Barrett, welcome. I think Dream Day Aerith was the Aerith parts that the Wizards took from Aerith during remake. Interesting. So essentially, they took a part of Aerith's, like, it's not the proper word, but like soul, and put it into a live stream sequence. That's the Aerith that we see during that. Interesting. That's actually not a terrible, not terrible. Sorry, that's actually a reasonable theory. I think I would believe that more so than a Aerith from the future. Honestly, I think because the only thing I will say is that I think that it's some sort of omnipotent Aerith in the beginning, because remember, the beginning of this game starts off with Aerith, looking down at this pipe that's leaking out Mako, To me, I don't know, that feels like something or someone was communicating with her right there to tell her about the future. I think that's where the future stuff happens. You know? Like, that's where she gets the knowledge of the future stuff. But that doesn't necessarily explain if that means that there is an omnipotent error in the live stream already when remake starts. I think that your theory sounds more reasonable.
Forrest, for example, like, I'm gonna go take care of Sephiroth. Leave it to me. And then, of course, there's the bait and switch of her dying, and you say, oh no, she was wrong. Sephiroth has bested her. Well, no, she actually bested Sephiroth by having her materia fall into the lake, enter into the life stream. That's holy. She's able to, at the end, bring the life stream up and stop Meteor. So everything comes together so nicely, right? And she seems to have this idea of what's going to happen to her. But what I love, again, about Rebirth is they've expanded that to the point of, which I love, given her, again, similarities to Yuna from Final Fantasy X. She has to save the world. She has to make a big sacrifice to save said world.
Why could I not see his fucking tears when I played this fucking scene a couple days ago? Why could I not see his fucking tears? I swear to God, am I going blind? I think I'm going blind. How could I not see the tears? Holy fuck me. Oh, why can't I see it now? Maybe. I wonder if it's because... No, I had graphics mode on. Oh my God. I'm gonna lose it. It's hard to know if the future memories were due to just Mako exposure, the planet, or an Omni error for now. I know it's the tears either. Probably for... I swear, I didn't see the tears. What the fuck? Oh, man.
What does that feel like? What is that like for a young...
It had to be the lighting. My only reason would be the lighting at that point. But even then, I don't even know.
To go through that and to kind of come to terms with that. Well, we have this amazing sort of like character exploration of the layers of Aerith. And what is it?
I wonder if it's the live stream itself creating a Omni Aerith to send a message to the last living Cetra. I wonder if it's the live stream itself. Like, it's creating this omnipotent character to connect with the Cetra that exists in the world that they can't physically contact with. I wonder if that's... Like, the planet itself created this. Until you know, Aerith's death, and then the live stream is able to connect with the Aerith that you go party with. I wonder, because the live stream is its own being. It knows what it needs to survive. I wonder if that's a possibility. Like, the live stream itself created this being that acts and knows and is similar to the Aerith we know. Maybe I'm just thinking too big. We'll get you. I do have glasses, by the way. I do. It's just, I don't know. Maybe it was frustration. I have no idea.
I mean, no, she's not just noble, warrior who's gonna sacrifice herself for the planet and not think a second thought. She has friends. She has loved ones that she has complex relationships with. That she wants to spend time with them. At the end, she makes a dream world to hang out with.
She's always gonna come back fighting something,
which is an echo of her boyfriend Zach. She gets to have this similar date that she had with him.
He gets it.
It's just the last goodbye, and it's incredibly tragic and beautiful as she does this. And when she says goodbye, thank you for everything, that he doesn't know because he's not in on it. He doesn't understand that she's gonna die. It's her for herself saying goodbye, thank you, Cloud, and pushing him away. And it's just such a profound scene for us, the fans, knowing what happens to her too. So I think that's why it was so cleverly written, right? For us, we know what it means for her to say thank you for everything, Cloud, and push him into the flowers. That's the last time they're going to touch. That's the last time they're going to be together. Very sad. And similarly, like we said, Tifa being Cloud's grounding Cloud. It's just such a narrative through line through the entire compilation, through the entire original story. Again, leading up to the most important scene from the original story, which is Cloud becoming himself, you know, sort of actualizing himself, putting away all doubt, and just realizing, no, I'm not perfect, but I am me. I am myself. And Tifa is the one to do that for him. So that's awesome that we're kind of having her. Let's shift it. Let's shift that perspective and have her perspective be clear and grounded, and her always being there for him. Let's erode that by having her mourning of Aerith be the catalyst for Tifa slipping, because she's so sad, she's so horrified, and then that's going to lead us to the Northern Crater. That's going to lead us to the point where Cloud, there's actually a visage of Tifa that Sephiroth uses to ask for the black materia. So it's like, oh man, they're setting it up so.
Sandy's. I swear to God, we literally almost have the same wavelength. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God, it's so great to hear another person say the same shit I've been saying. Oh my fucking God.
Cleverly. And as far as theories for this sort of larger compilation, I think they're going to follow the same sort of through line that they have been with the compilation, bringing everything together. And the word that I've used is a revision. I really think that, especially after this latest interview.
Yes, because it's a remake. It's going to have some sort of revision to it.
Knowing that, you know, obviously Nomura decides on like what's being depicted, and then Nojima's like, all right, let me get my pen out, we're gonna write each scene and kind of explore each character in this story. It really just, again, makes me more confident that this is a revision of the entire compilation as one digestible, clear, concise, and
well, that's what I've been saying. I've been saying that this is a remake of the original story through a different perspective, through a different, like, to create a definitive version of Final Fantasy VII, of the story specifically, a definitive version of the story of Final Fantasy VII.
Inclusive of all that lore, not like, oh, oops, this doesn't exist in the original, but you got to go play this to learn about that, and this isn't here, but no, it's all in one place right now. And we can see that characters like Genesis, characters like
well, yes, but again, he could revise that. Like, you know, you could remake that to the point, because you have Sephiroth constantly trying to get Cloud to not believe that Tifa is not real. So what you can do to make it a little bit more impactful, specifically for Cloud's mental state, to have it completely break down, you know, you could have him continue to believe, and you kind of do, where Cloud believes in this Tifa, and then you can have Sephiroth fuck with him. Be like, ha, I told you Tifa isn't real, it was me all along. You know, that this Tifa was fake. You could change that. You could literally change that part of the story in the remake project. It wouldn't really do anything, like, it wouldn't change much, but it will give you more impact to Cloud's mental state just completely collapsing.
Deep Ground are probably going to show up again, and I think they're going to show up in meaningful ways.
I think Deep Ground is going to show up in Wutai. I think that's what's going to happen. Because you're going to have to connect it straight into the Yuffie plotline. They're probably going to show up in Wutai.
Example, Deep Ground, let's have them fight in the war at the end, where you know, drop into Midgar from the High Wind, and we fight Diamond Weapon and stuff. Let's have them on the beaches in a war against Wutai, as you know, everybody's fighting. Diamond Weapon's coming. Rufus meets his fate. It's just gonna be like a smorgasbord of incredible content to include all those. You can have Vincent fighting Deep Ground, right? You can kind of include the compilation in this interesting way. You can have Yuffie getting revenge on Nero, right? So there's really cool ways you can include everybody while making it the same story, right? The same exact story. And also, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about Sephiroth, the big conversation point of a lot of people is, of course, what's going to happen with Sephiroth and Jenova at the end of this story. I've voiced my theories on this a few times, but I think it'd be really cool to get more Sephiroth character development. What does he feel? What does he want in this sort of elevated state that he's in? And I think it's cool. Again, we've expanded on the black materia. We've expanded on Sephiroth literally flying through the life stream with his black whispers, trying to attack Tifa and everything. We've expanded on so much of how he reconstructed his body, right? Like I said before, it was just a vague.
If he at some point in this video talks about how like he believes that the baby weapon that saved Tifa is gonna wind up being the same weapon that saves her in Junon, I'm gonna fucking leave my room. I'm gonna fucking blow a gasket, because that's literally one of the first theories I fucking made after Rebirth. I swear to God, if he says it, I'm just gonna fucking just leave. Oh, that's cool. I was pointing out was that Cloud never seen fake Tifa in OG. Oh, well, yeah. No, you're right in that regard. I was mistaken on that part. But they definitely could change it to make it look like, you know, Tifa is a fake and that Sephiroth was right all along to make him really collapse. You could also then include that into the live stream sequence where you know, in the live stream sequence, he still has this distrust over Tifa. You know, the real Cloud.
Abstract concept. I don't know. He's magic. He's back. And this is like, no, we know he's in there. And then we're going to see him in the northern crater, his upper torso in a crystal. Bizarro Sephiroth is an upper torso, no legs. See what I'm saying? So he's reconstructed that, and that's his true body.
That's a cool connection. I did not notice that at all, but that is a cool connection.
This horrifying, you know, horrifying depiction of himself. So that's going to be really cool. But I would love to see at the ending a character turn for Sephiroth with Genova, the classic song by Nobuo Uematsu. Genova complete. The final battle with Genova. What does that mean? She's complete. All her cells have returned. I want to see her speak. I want to see her be a character. Genova, that you know, let's have her come to life. Let's have her speak to Sephiroth, her son. Would she embrace him? Would she say, you're just another parasite that I'm here to control? What does that mean for Sephiroth's character, right? So this is just, it's such a...
Let's be careful of that. Let's be kind of careful of that, because then you're essentially trying to paint Sephiroth in like a light of like he misunderstood, he was betrayed, and you might make him into a good guy. I would rather avoid doing that. You know, like a misunderstood villain archetype or some shit like that, or like you feel sorry for Sephiroth. Let's try to avoid that. Let's not do that.
Rich opportunity to explore his character and his past. I think I'd also love to see a sort of memory sequence with Sephiroth. All the stuff with Ever Crisis, that's what I'd personally love to see. So I really hope we get some richness in that. And I was spot on with my Masamune Sephiroth theory, apparently, in Ever Crisis. So we can hope that they do some really cool stuff with him. Next, we're going to move on to Zack and what I think Zack's function will be in the entire story.
Okay. If he says that Zack's function is going to be reuniting with Aerith in the live stream and helping out Aerith and finding a way to help her gain or like be able to use the live stream to eventually, you know, be able to use it to stop Meteor, as well as maybe this is a more of a stretch, but to have Zack and Aerith fight to keep Sephiroth bay while Tifa is in the live stream, in Clouds of Conscious, helping him.
And the Rebirth trilogy and why he's been showing up in Remake and Rebirth. But first, let's get back to this chair.
Okay.
Thoughts on Zack? He is sort of the linchpin of so many people's theories, so many people saying this is a completely different story. There's literally not one thing that's the same as the original Final Fantasy VII. You lost me there, but people who keep saying it's going to be a sequel. I've said it. I've been on record saying it numerous times. When is it going to be a sequel, if it's a sequel? Because now we've had like 150 hours of the same exact story. So that's 2 full video games that were not a sequel, just depicting the same story with like some cool new lore. Even if at the end there's some extra stuff at the end or the ending changes slightly, would you call that a sequel? Well, no, I just call it the revision with 99% is the same exact story, and then there's a different little new scene at the end. You see what I mean? So I've never thought it was a sequel. I thought it was going to cover the exact same story, which it has. I was right on that, right? Zack, what is his function in the story, and including that in the compilation now, not just the original Final Fantasy VII, just like Aerith. What does she represent in the compilation, the larger story of Final Fantasy VII? She represents the unobtainable person for Cloud, who dies, and then of course his guilt, right? How does Cloud move on and have a life with the people that he cares about, his family, Tifa, Barrett, Denzel, etc., Marlene? he has to let go of his guilt. He has to let go of Aerith and Zack, right? So that's what the whole function of Advent Children is for his character. So Zack in Advent Children has a much bigger part than the original FF7, though he does represent his guilt and his legacy, which he passes on to Cloud. I'm going to take it the same route as Aerith, where you've expanded her role of representing Cloud's guilt, and we've put that back into FF7 because it wasn't really there as much in the original FF7, right? He kind of just like gets over it, gets his memory back, bada bang, we're going to the end, and he kind of gets like he grieves for Aerith at the Forgotten City when he puts her in the funeral, and then he, you know, he's still upset about it, but he moves on and eventually.
And then he goes snowboarding. Classic.
Actually gets himself back with Tifa in the live stream, moves on.
I too, after someone I know dies, go straight to snowboarding.
But what we've done here is, no, we haven't had him get through that. We've had this sort of Advent Children Cloud start to develop, right? We're connecting the compilation, which was a sort of expansion of the story and these characterizations.
Yeah, you could do that.
Right, so now we're including that expansion of characterizations where we're including it back into Rebirth, so the story is concise, so it makes sense. When you play all this and watch Advent Children, it's going to make perfect sense. It's not going to be like, oh, I never thought Cloud kind of acted like that, right? So they're making it cohesive, everything that they put down. So Zack, well, like I said, we have this lore that there are worlds that can appear if one's will, one's hopes, one's dreams, to quote Angeal here, don't go away, that they persist. What does that echo? Sephiroth will not diffuse into the life stream because his will is too strong, right? So he reconstructs his body, steals the knowledge of the ancients because he's this unnatural force in the life stream. He can't go away. He has Genova cells, right? So we're expanding on that idea with Zack. He will not go away because his hopes and dreams to see Aerith, to help Cloud, were too strong. So what is Zack going to do? I think he's going to help Cloud and Aerith, right? Just like Advent Children. He's going to be there. And I think maybe we'll see, now that we have Aerith and Zack in the same place, this white void, literally the same place, cinematically speaking, right? That's where Zack and Cloud encountered each other for a second. That's where Aerith and Cloud encountered Cloud for a second, and this sort of, you know, other place where they fought Sephiroth at the end. I think she was there in spirit. Sephiroth is in tune with the live stream. He was able to perceive her and say, I underestimated you, right? So just like when Zack was there, was Zack able to be seen by Barrett and the others? No, but he was able to be seen by Cloud, just like Aerith is not seen by Barrett and the others. You see what I mean? So we're having this sort of crossover. We got Aerith and Zack in the same place. They have to have a reunion. They have to come together. They're still boyfriend and girlfriend. They never broke up, right? So it's just this really nice opportunity for that, which again is going to echo the end of Advent Children. We don't really have a reunion with Aerith and Zack at Advent. They're just hanging out together.
Again, yes, that's what I've been saying.
There at the end. And they say goodbye and they walk off, right? So we can have that moment here, which connects to Advent Children perfectly. So I think it's setting up that. And I think Zack is going to be maybe with Aerith, wherever she is. Again, don't think about it mathematically because we never did it with Advent Children, right? They are in that place. They are in the live stream. They are going to help Cloud. They're going to help save the world with the live stream at the end. Have it come up and stop Meteor. So that. That is my theory. Of course, Zack probably shows up again and says, hey, you got him this time. Helps out a little bit, fights a little bit, but yeah, I think it's going to be the same as Advent Children, as they've seen that white void where, again, Zack shows up to Cloud when he's fighting.
The only thing I will say is that I don't think you could have Cloud, Zack, and Aerith team up. The only issue with that is then that you might as well, then that just hurts the whole thing about Aerith's death a little bit. I don't think you need to have Cloud team up with Zack and Aerith. You could have him have visions of them. That's fine. But you have to have those visions after he gets his real identity back. But you can't, I don't think it's a good idea to have Cloud team up with Zack and Aerith. You can have that possibility. You can make that a possibility. But at the same time, it's like, then why kill Aerith off? If you wanted them to reunite one final time, or like reunite several times to fight or something, you might as well just kept her alive and then killed her off later on. To me, I think you do not at all have Cloud team up with Zack and Aerith. In my personal opinion, but we'll see what they do.
Sephiroth, and he's struggling a little bit. A little bit is putting it lightly. He was stabbed like 90 times. But you see what I'm saying? He popped, you know, maybe gave him an X potion or something like that, and he's all right. My point is, it's all there. Don't miss the forest for the trees. Enjoy it. And listen, me personally, I would love to see a more cohesive, sort of complete ending to Final Fantasy VII. I want it to be like, it's done, right? There's no more questions.
As long as they don't have a time to have a conversation heart to heart, I don't mind Cloud, Zack, and Aerith phase. I mean, I guess. In the end, I guess it just depends on how they do it. I just feel like you gave them this last hurrah in Rebirth between Cloud and Aerith, technically. So it wouldn't make sense to have another thing happen in Part 3 if you've given them like one last hurrah. You know what I'm saying?
Question. The one thing is, of course, Sephiroth. He's the one thing that keeps it from being 100% cohesive because he survives, quote unquote. Does he? Does he not? We don't know. And Advent Children. Right? So that's why this theory came up that did he go back to the sort of remake?
Was that Cloud's dad?
Timeline? Did he go back to remake when he said, I will never be a memory? Did he go back and just appear there? So I would personally love if they kept it vague enough where that theory could still exist and be kind of fun food for thought and work. I don't personally think they would go as far as to make it incredibly explicit. For example, I had this idea of talking to, I think it was actually Sleep Easy. Great conversation with Sleep Easy. You guys know him. I said, what if there's a moment where you actually see, because remember, what does Sephiroth do in Advent Children? He wraps himself up in the wing and just like fades away and the feathers fly up. What if there's a moment where there's like, you know, maybe defeat Sephiroth at the end, like maybe Cloud inside his mind defeats Sephiroth at the end, and then there's a moment where instead of wrapping himself in his wing, this wing appears and Sephiroth unwraps himself and there's like one final battle. Like, what if that's the battle in Cloud's mind at the end of Final Fantasy? Do you see what I'm saying? That's to say, oh, that's actually where Sephiroth went after Advent Children. Like, he's still alive in Cloud's consciousness or something. And then, of course, he fights him, he defeats him. And that's that. Because listen, here's the thing with Advent Children. As far as I know, no one ever sees Sephiroth at the end. He's fighting Kadaj. Sephiroth appears. He fights there in the airship. There's like a big storm happening from Sephiroth's powers that looks like the Whispers, exactly like the Whispers. Food for thought.
Doesn't Vincent and the party say something in regards to Sephiroth? I feel like they mentioned Sephiroth while they're watching Cloud fight him. I don't... Interesting theory, though. Interesting theory that it's all that Sephiroth hides inside Cloud's subconscious. That's interesting.
And then it all goes away. Do you see what I'm saying here? Do you see where I'm going with this? The battle in Cloud's mind at the end of FF7. Also, no one sees that. It happens in Cloud's mind. Do you see it? Do you see? It kind of makes sense, right? So anyway, I think something like that would be cool. Honestly, I don't know if they make it that explicit, if they want to be that sort of concrete with it, but if they do, I'd love it. So that's my point. Even if that happens, something to that effect, does that make it a sequel? I mean, kind of. There's a scene that closes off everything, but what it is still a remake and a revision of the entire Final Fantasy VII story and compilation to make it better, to make it modern.
It literally would represent fucking remake. Literally what they meant. Literally what remake means. Vincent does call him the lava form of Sephiroth. No, I know he does Kadaj, but I think they mentioned that when Cloud is fighting Sephiroth, they do mention it being Sephiroth, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, though.
To make it beautifully depicted with actors, real performances this time. Again, you know, seeking an exact label for this has also, I think, given people a lot of headache and prevented them from enjoying the game. So I would say, think about it like the first time you played the game, where you like, where's Aerith? When she shows up in the forest and says like, leave Sephiroth to me.
Excuse me.
No, you just knew it was a cool magic dream sequence, and that's that. You know, you didn't worry about it. Just Aerith sending her consciousness to talk to Cloud because she's an ancient. She's a magical being. Aerith is able to let go Cloud, let go of Cloud, and say goodbye to him when she pushes him in the church scene. Cloud is not able to let go of his guilt about Aerith, so he holds on to that for the years, actually, in Advent Children's case. So I think it'd be really cool for them to have Cloud let that guilt go earlier when he lets Aerith go finally in Advent Children. I think that the people who want an exact replica of the original, I think people who are like me and are kind of just more interested in the writing, the cinematic language being heightened and being better, I think we're all going to be happy. I really do. I think we're going to have our cake. And
it's why I'm not too upset of the writing for Remake and Rebirth. Because, again, I would love this to be a one-to-one remake to the OG. But I love it more that it's a revision of it. Because when you play a certain... To me, I want people to take certain chances with old stories and when they're remaking them, because to me that is more interesting, that is more entertaining, because it keeps me surprised. I will notice things from the OG that they do in the remake, but I want it to be different enough where I am pleasantly surprised at some of the changes that they made, and so far I have been that way.
And eat it, and they're doing something that's never been done before. I really do. I have complete faith in these artists. There's also strong evidence that in parts of the ending, it's not actually Aerith, it's Jenova or Sephiroth using Jenova's
jeez. I do agree with that.
Or is it showing Cloud an illusion?
I do believe in that some context, but I also think that's not necessarily the case. I don't think it's necessarily Jenova. It definitely does seem creepy enough to be Jenova with the way it cinematically is viewed and as we see it. But I think in the end, it could possibly be just Cloud's mind, which technically is affected by Jenova's cells anyway. It's just Cloud's mind trying to protect himself from breaking down and creating this illusion of Aerith that we see.
As Sephiroth says, she can appear as those you hate, those you love. Is at the lake scene, a really eerie piece of music that plays. Could be as simple as showing that it is very, very wrong to Tifa that Cloud is acting so strange, or it could be a really interesting thing that will continue into part 3, and it could be that the Aerith that Cloud sees is also a Jenova illusion. The Aerith that's going to like walk around and talk to him in the world, as opposed to that Advent Children sort of visual language that we talked about. Also think about the genius when Sephiroth says, I killed Tifa, so who's she? It's going to be reversed, right? It's going to be Aerith, who is actually the Jenova illusion. Think about the implications, and then that sort of ingratiates Sephiroth and Cloud's conscience even more, saying, see, I told you that Jenova is deceiving you. I killed her too, and this is a fake version. See, I'm on your side. And it's just this like monstrous twisting of everything, and it's going to drive Cloud insane, thinking that Tifa and Aerith are both fake. Right, so smart. As far as
you could do that, you could do that.
To look forward to in part 3, that live stream sequence with Cloud.
Please, I swear to God, do not make me hate you. Do not make me despise you if you're gonna fucking say what I think you get, what I hope you don't say.
Right, that is gonna be a climax scene of Final Fantasy VII OG, and like the most meaningful scene in the whole story. So I think they're definitely going to nail that, because Nojima is a beast when it comes to this sort of interpersonal relationships writing. And Cloud and Tifa, I would say Aerith too has been good. Barrett, all the characters have been incredible, but
okay, you didn't say it. Thank God. I was almost this close to turning this fucking video off. You're hitting the landing on almost everything, but you don't fumble that last fucking buzzer beater.
Something about the Cloud and Tifa just quiet scenes, I've said this a million times in the remake trilogy, where they're just talking, are just like so. It's funny, I use the word grounded. That's just what Hamaguchi called Tifa to Cloud. They've been so grounded, so just lifelike and so believable. So, oh man, that live stream sequence is gonna hit in a beautiful way. And of course, then we have this sort of final night where all the characters are together for the last time. That's gonna be good. I predict
he's a Cloudy. I mean, even if you are a Cloudy, there are some people who still also believe that you could insert Aerith in some form of capacity in the live stream sequence.
Said it a million times now. I predict that's where we get the third Nobuo Uematsu song. Is that
like it's not even in regards to like a shipping thing. It's more of like them trying to find a spot for the whole thing. Where would it be where, you know, the whole thing is revealed and that he recovers from it, which he never really does because, well, what happens in Advent Children, but it's more of like them thinking like the crux of it means that adding Aerith in is important into helping find the real Cloud, which is not true.
Is that scene Under the High Wind, Barrett going to see Marlene, everybody, Sid, Shara, just wait. I think if they're smart, that's what they do. So anyways, that's some of my thoughts for part 3. That's what I think happens to Zack. That's what I think happens to Sephiroth. I think I've covered all my bases. We put together an amazing chair. I just want to thank.
The only thing I will say is that I'm not necessarily happy with this part of the title, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth solved, unless that's like his like video series or something like that. That's kind of clickbaity. You don't want to claim you solved it. You know, you don't want to be one of those YouTubers who claims to solve everything and then they're completely fucking wrong. But he said a lot of things that I also have been saying and I've also been theorizing as well. I hope they save Aerith's death bureau for the return to the Forgotten Capital. I honestly believe that already happened. It's just that we don't see it because we are viewing through Cloud's point of view and he blocked that completely out. And his mind just blocked that completely out. We will probably see that in some form of way. Maybe with the breakdown, we could see that where Sephiroth actually shows, like when Sephiroth finally does all this stuff, reveals everything about that Cloud hasn't saved Aerith. Like, all those memories are rushed into Cloud's brain. And we see that burial happen because it did happen. It's just Cloud's mind like just completely decided to hide it. I just mean that, yes, that's likely when we do see it, yes. Because you need it. Like, it never made sense to me why some people claim that it's needed in the life sequence, because that doesn't help Cloud in any sort of way, you know? Like, I never understood how people think that helps Cloud in healing himself and finding his identity, because that's literally what the license sequence is. For some reason, they believe that the license sequence is something more than just him finding his identity. To me, that I never understood that, but in the end, this was a great video. I like that. I like that. Me and him were like very close to have similar wavelengths. Makes me confident in my ideas, so I'm very happy about that. Very happy. What? Jesus Christ. Everyone's fucking hell. Shipping discourse has literally fucking just gone insane lately. I guess we could talk about that because it's like one of the biggest talking points recently because of Hamaguchi's comments. But I wanna just talk about it because it's very interesting. Because there's a lot of arguments, there's a lot of debates going on in regards to it, and I wanted to give you my thoughts on it. I already made one post in regards to it, and the reason why I made that post wasn't necessarily to shit on it specifically, but it's just that this is both Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy VIII is both written by Nojima. right? And in back-to-back Final Fantasies, he had something very similar occur, and Hamaguchi's quotes kind of bring it more into the perspective of like what Aerith meant by like can mean a lot of different things. Because it's very similar to the way Nojima wrote I don't know how to spell the name. Say her name, Quistis? Q, you know? It's very similar in that regard. And it's both written by Nojima, so I found that to be very interesting. It's not going to get any better anytime soon with the new Rebirth material Ultimania coming out next week. Yeah, but I don't think that one is going to cover like the scenes. I think that one's more like environmental assets and like the environments and like monsters and stuff like that. It won't necessarily cover the scenes if I'm not mistaken. Because it's the one with Zack, right? Yeah, this one. If I'm not mistaken, that's not going to necessarily cover all the trying to find a description for it. But you're right, it does come out next week, so that's going to be interesting. Unravel the mysteries of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, the massive Final Fantasy VII Rebirth material Ultimania. More than a simple art book, this is a must-have volume includes all the materials created during development of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Lovely filled by the greatest experts on the planet. It includes extensive analysis commentary on the lore, characters, gameplay mechanics, and production history of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. In addition, it features a variety of never-seen-before art materials created during the production process, such as CGI art, storyboards, and setting materials, along with comments from development. I thought it was mostly... This actually might be the one. Wait, are these the actual pictures? No. This isn't... This isn't the one that's coming out, right? I mean, they have the environments and stuff like that. I mean, yeah, this I could see it being in there. Ooh, the storyboards. That might be interesting. If it's including storyboards, that actually might be interesting to see. Oh, jeez. Because the storyboard art is definitely going to have comments. Oh, yeah, they're going to be fucking juicy. Oh, fuck me. Shit. I wonder if Kinokuniya is going to have it, because I could stop by it. I could stop by Kinokuniya. I will be in Japanese, but like... Wait, that's not the one. Wait, where'd it go? There it is. When does this come out? I know it comes out next week, right? But what day? Because I want to make sure maybe I could stop by Kinokuniya to get it. Nope, I have that one. No, where's the... $75. Holy fuck. DHL? When does this come out? December 24th. On Christmas? Well, Kinokuniya is definitely not going to be open on Christmas. The 27th. If it's coming out December 27th, I could stop by, I could actually stop by Kinokuniya, and if they have it, I will buy it. Oh, that's going to be fantastic. Oh, shit. I will be working. I work in the afternoon, but like, ooh, Oh, that's gonna be juicy to see, and use Google Translate for that shit. Oh boy, that's gonna be fucking great. Yeah, that the storyboards is gonna be the most interesting one, I think, out of all of that, as well as maybe some of the character descriptions. Okay. I'm gonna talk about this now because I think it's very important. Okay. It's definitely gonna be wild. I mean, all the Ultimanians are fucking wild. Wait, what happened? Did my stream just stop? Oh, no, never mind. Okay, so... Okay. There's been a lot of discussion on the Final Fantasy VII shipping community in regards to a recent interview by Hamaguchi that came out during like one of the press releases that they did for the Game Awards and stuff like that, where he made a certain comment in regards to Aerith and Cloud's relationship, and that he said that essentially they are essentially have a sister, like Aerith is not necessarily like us. All right, let me try that again. Sorry, I'm recording this, so I just want to make sure I get this right. Okay, here we go. We have the here it is. There we go. Right, this is it, right? Okay, this is it. Okay. Okay, so let me restart again. Sorry, I'm recording for YouTube content. Okay. There's been a lot going on in the Final Fantasy VII community, specifically in the shipping community in recent days, because of recent Hamaguchi comments and interviews, because he's been doing a lot of this press tours, a lot of these interviews because of the whole Final Fantasy VII Rebirth being nominated for Game of the Year, and he's been doing a lot of interviews. A lot of people have been going around interviewing him, asking questions. There was one specific thing that he has said, actually two specific things. One of them was that Tifa is the person that helps keep Cloud grounded, which we'll go over in a little bit and onto why that actually makes a lot of sense. But one of the bigger conversations that they had, or one of the bigger questions that they answered, was something about Cloud and Aerith's relationship, and that caused so much fuel into the shipping war that exists within the Final Fantasy VII community. I am part of that war. I have my own preference, which is Cloud and Tifa, but I'm going to try and view this in a very, not necessarily neutral aspect, but try to be as unbiased as I can be, you know? And one of the reasons why is because I like analyzing shipping. And I like analyzing romance and stories, and shipping wars is a huge part of a lot of different fandoms. I'm in several different fandoms, and there's so many shipping wars that occur. And that's why I want to take a look at this and give you my perspective on like some of the arguments, some of the discussions that people have been having within the shipping community in regards to this statement. So Hamaguchi talked about the relationship with Cloud and Aerith, and he states, there can be many different interpretations of what this scene truly means for each player. But Aerith has always been the sort of sisterly character pulling Cloud along and encouraging him, Hamaguchi says. She is feeling what is to come and understanding her fate. She's still pushing Cloud along and leading him in his way, and it shows her pure-heartedness and inner strength. Cloud thought of DP by two different women. Well, lucky guy, that is true. Cloud is a very fucking lucky guy. But the big thing is this whole thing about the sisterly character pulling Cloud along, encouraging him. Now, of course, there is this standing argument that is mostly used by anti-shippers, specifically ones who don't like certain ships or do not believe in the canon ship, where they claim the two characters act like siblings. It is a argument that I never use because I never see characters acting like siblings unless the devs themselves kind of portray it as such. Biggest example would be Cloud and Yuffie, right? clearly have this like big brother, younger sister type of dynamic. You can clearly see it with the way, Yuffie and Cloud act with each other. They tease each other. They do all of this kind of like what a older brother and a younger sister would do, But then again, if there are people who do ship Cloud and Yuffie, and like I said, you can ship wherever you want, but I think sibling argument has always been one of those where, like, if you have a ship that you really enjoy, that has a really good dynamic, has a really good, solid foundation of friendship, and really has a strong sense of bond that people cannot attack in any sort of way, they will use a sibling argument because they have no other argument to really, like, tell you why their ship is why that ship isn't good. It's been used several different fucking times. I've seen it being used on ships that I like and ships that I liked and then eventually became canon. It happens. Recently, My Hero Academia, a ship became canon. Instantly, people who were either anti-shippers or rival shippers immediately started talking about how, like, the canon ship acted more like siblings instead of actually being canon. And based on that, you can already tell why that sounds stupid, because the ship is canon at the end of the day. So this is definitely something that I don't necessarily use for any ship, no matter what kind of ship it is. However, when it comes from a developer, when it comes from a creator, when it comes from an author, that's a different story. Because now you're not just dealing with anti-shippers. You're not just dealing with people who just hate your ship or who have this different interpretation. It's coming from someone who actually has and works on the actual media, the actual thing that you're consuming, the story, all of this. It comes directly from them, and they know the character way more than any fan will ever know, right? Because they work with them 24 hours, 7 days a week. They dive so deep. They create this character that you enjoy and you analyze. They know what each character is supposed to be, or they create certain things about a certain character that eventually, improves them, gives them upgrades, right? That is, what devs do. That's what authors do. That's what writers do. And they continue to add on these new elements for the character to, make them grow, to make them, have different character improvements. And it's great because you want that if you're a big fan of a character. When a dev says something like sisterly character pulling Cloud along, encouraging him, that doesn't necessarily bode well for the ship, of those two characters. It doesn't necessarily bode well. It can hurt. However, I will say one thing, and I think a lot of people's comes with this confusion that I think I need to address, and it's very important. Sisterly character doesn't necessarily mean that they're actual siblings. What it essentially means is that they have these characteristics of like an older sister. They're not related. There's no like actual sibling connection in any form of way. But older sister characteristic is a really type of character type that exists in, a lot of Japanese anime, manga, video games. It doesn't necessarily mean that they are related in any sort of capacity. So I think that, yes, it does kind of sound like he's saying sibling coded, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they are actual siblings in that form of capacity. It just means that their character type and personality and their relationship is that of someone who acts a little bit like someone who is older than you, who takes care of you, who watches out for you. Kind of like, an older sibling would do for you, right? And that doesn't necessarily mean it cannot turn romantic, unless they're actually related by blood. Because there's a lot of anime, manga, video games, fiction, whatever, that essentially you have like a younger character, fall in love with an older character who's like an onesan, I guess you could say, which is the Japanese term for like an older sister character. And it doesn't necessarily mean it can't lead to a romance, because it can happen. However, there is a but to this. That only occurs if the romance is supposed to lead up to it. What I mean by that is, Usually, whenever you have a younger character and an older Onesan, older sister type of character that the younger character does have feelings for, that's when you could have and lead to a romantic relationship between the two characters. When you don't have that for one character, it kind of loses its appeal. You don't see it as romantic. And the one thing that Final Fantasy VII does really well is that it shows you exactly what Cloud is feeling towards his thoughts and relationship with Aerith, right? And Aerith even proclaims this as well when she says, I like you, but there's many different types of likes. That is a very important text. That's a very important, usage words to essentially describe Aerith's feelings. But Cloud himself doesn't showcase these strong romantic feelings for Aerith. You could claim the hand-holding thing at the end of the, at the end of Rebirth. You could say all of that is like Cloud's confirmation for Aerith's feelings. You could try to interpret it that way, but based on the context, it does not claim at all that Cloud is in love with Aerith. You just can't. Because you can't use that without Cloud actually confessing his feelings of love towards the character, towards Aerith. You can't use that at all, right? So the argument in terms of the older sister thing, you have to have the character be romantically linked with that older sister-esque character, personality type. If you don't have that link, then the romance, the ship doesn't work as well. Now, in terms of like the Onesan, the older sister character type, character personality, it's weird because when you think of it like that, it kind of feels like it's wrong, like it's sibling coded, when it's not necessarily that. It just means that it's a character, a older female character who watches out for the younger character because they have this, feeling and duty to protect this character because they're the older person in the friendship. And, that doesn't necessarily mean that it is actually sibling coded. It could just be kind of like an overprotectiveness of, that character being older than the other, thus the big sister-esque character type. You see in a lot of it's a common trope, I guess is the best way to say it. Now, again, you need to have one of the characters actually I watched a video talking about mutually affection and stuff like that, so I'm using that word for God knows what reason. But I'm saying you need to have one of those characters really, really fall in love with the other, but you don't get that. Because it's not confirmed exactly what kind of feelings Aerith has, and Cloud doesn't confirm that he actually does love Aerith, despite other people claiming that's the case. Now, the other debate that comes from this is the whole thing about what Cloud's mom says. A lot of people have been arguing about exactly who Cloud's mom was referring to in terms of like the type of woman that Cloud should get with. And it's been a constant debate since Remake because it's never explicitly said. And so many people on both sides of the shipping war have argued either Aerith or Tifa to it. So let's take a look at it. It's pretty short, but let's take a look at exactly what Cloud's mom says in the English adaptation, in the English translation of the scene.
So you think you know Wix? Do you really?
Hey, Smithy. Sorry, I'm just doing like a YouTube video, but now I'm stopping because of this fucking thing, but I'm going to have to cut it.
First up, we've got Shake Video Man.
All right, so let's take a look.
I've never been so proud. The man you've become. Women must be hounding you day and night.
Not really.
There's all kinds of temptations in the big city. I'd feel a lot better if I knew you'd found a good girl. One who'd make sure you didn't get into trouble.
I can take care of myself.
An older, more mature girl that could keep you on the straight and narrow and tell you when you're being a silly goose. That's the perfect type for you, I'd say.
So, specifically, I think the Japanese version of this scene talks about like an older Onesan. I'm not sure what the Japanese version of it. I don't know if there is a version of it on YouTube, but I believe someone pointed out that it is like Onesan. I don't know if anyone in my chat could verify for that. But what Claudia here says, the type an older, more mature girl that can keep you on the straight and narrow. Now, there is part of this debate where like people believe that the only way for you to be mature is if you're older than the person that she is mentioning, which in this case, Aerith is is older than Cloud. Maturity does not come based off of how old you are or if you're older than a certain person. Maturity comes in many different age groups. Someone younger than you can be more mature than someone older. There are people out there who continuously act like children even when they're far older than, say, me. Right? And there are people who are younger than me who are far more mature than myself or any other person. Maturity doesn't come from age. It can. Don't get me wrong. It can. But it comes from how you, the individual, grew up. It's caused by the environment that you lived in. Because maturity comes from what you've gone through, what you experienced, and what influenced you to be that mature. If you have lived in a place where like you are spoiled, where you are essentially, someone who doesn't have any responsibilities, you are probably less likely to be mature, right? You're probably less likely to be mature. Was Aerith ever spoiled? I wouldn't say she was spoiled because her entire life was just constantly being under watch. And to her, she's kind of more of a extrovert that's trapped within a confined space. But when that happens, when you're an extrovert that's confined in a space and you're finally let go, you are free to act with this sort of freedom that lets you be this sort of like playful character or this playful person who wants to go on adventures, who wants to, hang out with people because you're technically still extroverted, right? When that happens, you can be a little immature in a lot of things that you do because you're more playful. You're more of a child at heart who is not finally set free to be who you want to be. Where in the case of someone like, let's say, Tifa, who is younger than Cloud, but has the posture of someone who is more mature because of what she's been through, such as she has to live on her own, she had to pay off her own debt, she had to essentially go through a bunch of people who have betrayed her, who have constantly harassed her, to starting her own business, owning, or not technically owning, but like, inheriting a bar, Seventh Heaven, from this old man, which you could find out and more information on from Trace of Two Paths. That showcases a lot of maturity, right? Someone who doesn't have responsibility, in terms of like, everyday life and is kind of like, trapped while trying to be this free character, may seem a little more immature than someone who actually had to go through all of this struggles in life that common people do, can become more mature than that person. That's why maturity and age do not fit all the time. You can be mature when you're younger. So I think in terms of Claudia, the one thing I also noticed that a lot of people have also claimed that she's talking about Aerith here, but she doesn't know who Aerith is. She's describing a character who's older, mature girl. So, in the context of that she doesn't know who Aerith is, she talked about like, the city being slightly dangerous, and that the girls might be hounding Cloud because of his good looks and stuff like that. The only person that she kind of has a sort of connection to, like, maybe that idea of maturity would probably be Tifa, because what we know from Traces of Two Paths is that Tifa has essentially had to grow up to learn how to cook, how to like sew, how to do all of this stuff from the other villagers. And, you know, that shows a sign of maturity, right? Because she's learning all of these, like, these abilities, these household, or not necessarily household, but these type of things that, you know, people tend to learn as they go, to create their own clothes, to learn how to cook and all that stuff, to be that mature. So what it comes down to is that the one person that Claudia definitely has some sort of knowledge of, you know, someone who could be mature would be Tifa. Because there's also a passage or a sentence within Trace of Two Paths that talks about how Cloud told Tifa about his desire to be a soldier. Tifa asks Cloud's mom when they work in the soup kitchen to help with the people who are trying to deal with the fiends that are coming down from the reactor, is surprised by this. Surprised that Tifa knows, or that Cloud told Tifa that he wanted to be a soldier, because he never told, you know, her. He never told his own mother what he wanted to do, and yet he told Tifa. Mom's instincts immediately went to, oh, if Cloud only told her about this, oh my goodness, does Cloud have these specific feelings for Tifa, right? Why would he say that to only her and not to his own mother? Meaning that he wanted to keep it a secret because he didn't want anybody to know except for that individual that he probably, to her, assumed she wanted to know that he wanted to become a soldier, specifically because it was meant to only be for her. It was like a secret. Because as teenage boys, if teenage boys tend to hide, you know, from the parents, and this is also with teenage girls as well, they try to hide very hard about who they like, because they don't want parents to be busy and nosy, you know, they don't want parents to embarrass them. It's a common thing that, you know, most teenagers go through. That is a excellent representation of that, which is why Cloud didn't tell Claudia about this, right? And really, just based off that, you can make a better a prediction that Claudia is talking about Tifa than he is about Aerith. Because she has knowledge of Cloud saying something to Tifa that he never told her, meaning that there might be something that Cloud is feeling for Tifa that is special, and that she catches that on, and mothers usually have the instinct to catch on to those type of things. So whether it's Tifa or Aerith, I think it's more likely to be Tifa because of the connection, because of what is written in Trace of Two Paths, which is written by Nojima, the same person who writes this game, that the connection fits more to that than Aerith, right? Now, we won't know the conclusion. We won't know who Claudia is actually talking about until we play part 3. But like I said, it's very likely Claudia's talking about Tifa here, right? So that's why it's like, I understand people want to use it as, you know, that Claudia's talking about Aerith because of the whole sister thing now. And it's been a thing that they've been claiming as well for a long time now. You know, if it comes out to it being actually, you know, Aerith's type of character, then that's what Claudia meant. That's what Nojima meant, right? But the way that Aerith is kind of like pulling Cloud along, you know, for a lot of the things that they do in Rebirth, that kind of represents a older sister type. I'm not gonna lie, because an older sister type would want this moody teenage younger like person, sibling or whatever, you know, who doesn't want to do anything, and you know, the older sister type, who is more extroverted in that case, would pull him along to make him do things, you know, because that is part of that trope, you know. Older siblings tend to do that sometimes as well. I have an older sibling who tends to make me do stuff like go to bars, which I fucking hate, you know, or like clubs. I'm like, I'm good. And sometimes he will drag me to things. It happens. That doesn't mean that Aerith and Cloud are actually siblings. It just means that it does fit Aerith's, personality type to be like an older sister. Right? But it doesn't mean they're actually siblings. That's not what that means. It just means that that's her character type. And it can happen where, like I said, the trope is that a younger character could, want to be romantically linked with an older character. It happens. It's a common trope. The problem at the end of the day is, what we know from Rebirth is that Aerith does like Cloud, but she doesn't know what kind of like. And she knows what kind of like is love because she did fall in love with Zack. So she knows. If she was really, really, really loved with Cloud romantically, she would have said it. She wouldn't have been like, but I don't know what kind of like it is. She would not have said that. And Cloud himself does not ever say anything or reveal or confess to Aerith that he loves her romantically either. So there's nothing there in that regard. So that's my take of what is happening within this debate. Like I said, we will have to wait until part 3 because anything can happen in part 3, but based on what we know and seen in Remake and Rebirth, it doesn't seem like they're changing the story at all to a major degree, from the OG. So it's less likely that Claudia will not be talking about Aerith in this situation, but it will be Tifa. But again, we will have to wait and see in part 3. And I think, and I want this to be very fucking clear, part 3 needs to be fucking absolutely cut and dry. Do not goddamn make us interpret shit again. Do not make us have these weird discussions over and over again. You need to make it clear what ship is canon, what ship is not. We have been doing this for 27 years, these debates. It's about time you have this opportunity, a definitive edition of Final Fantasy VII, to finally end this debate. And finally end it with the devs' own mouths, with the devs' own stories, with part 3. You just have to end it. There will be people who will still argue against it, but it has to end in part 3. I don't care. I don't care if you want to have people continue talking about Final Fantasy VII like they've been doing with this marketing thing for Rebirth and Remake. Please, just end it. Make it very clear. There were people who still argue, but you have to make it very clear. And I think they will. I think they will actually finally just end this debate once and for all. So we'll see. But thank you so much for watching. Hopefully, my opinion, my interpretation of this whole debate is at least reasonable. You can definitely comment down below. We can have a discussion as long as you do not insult me or say anything to anyone else. I will gladly have a proper conversation with you without resulting into insulting anybody. So thank you so much for watching. And we'll see you guys next time. Holy shit, 27 fucking minutes. Plus this conversation with his mom eventually becomes static? Yes. Hello, Shadow Fox Dragon. Welcome. They need to make it clear. Happened in Legend of Dragoon. I have not played Legend of Dragoon. But they need to make it fucking clear. I swear to God. I swear to God, do not pull this bullshit marketing scheme they've been doing for Remake and Rebirth, because fuck my life, man. This is part 3 is not the time to worry about people continuously discussing fucking Final Fantasy VII for years to come because you decided to make something ambiguous. Fucking hell, man. Fucking hell. They need to make it clear. I'm sorry. Yeah. Also, I just want to point out, if you're trying to community note something like an article, which I've seen happening, it's not necessarily the greatest thing to try to community note it without a source. Because if you're trying to argue something, or if you're trying to argue a thing like something with the interview, you need a source of why it's disproven. You know, because like if you're doing something community note and you don't provide a source, no one's gonna fucking post that as a community note. It just makes you look like, what are you doing? But yeah, and it's gonna be. I really want to see what this conversation with his mom is. I really do. That's one of my hopes, that they do not fuck that up, or like they don't show it. I really need to see this conversation because it's also very sweet. Like look at the way Claudia talks to Cloud.
I've never been so proud.
Like, look how much of a proud mom she is. Like, come on, his mom is such a sweetheart. Like, hug your moms, everyone. Fucking hell. This makes me fucking sad. Well, not sad. It makes me emotional a little bit. Because I know there are certain people who have situations where, you know, their relationship with their mom isn't fantastic. But if you do have a great relationship with your mom, man, it's a type of relationship that it's very hard to ever get back once it's gone. So definitely like never take that for granted.
The man you've become? Women must be hounding you day and night.
Not really.
You know, there's all kinds of temptations in the big city. I'd feel a lot better if I knew you'd found a good girl. One who'd make sure you didn't get into trouble.
A girl who would even get him into trouble. I mean, that kind of describes Tifa more than Aerith, you know? Because it's like, I mean, yeah, Jesse's clearly the description she's trying to go for, like the city folk thing. That's literally Jesse right there. It's not necessarily much more Aerith, but there are hints of Aerith doing something very similar to that, you know? But Aerith isn't at the same level as Jesse. Jesse is the one that Cloud's mom is telling him to watch out for. Poor Jesse. Damn. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Doesn't ever tell Cloud to go to Don Canary? Yeah, but that's to help Tifa. I mean, that's like, she tells him not to initially. Well, she asks him if she wants to go, and then when he says no, he's like, "That's good." So I wouldn't do that. You know, I wouldn't say she was tempting him to go to Don Caneo. The only reason he did go is because Tifa was going in there, and he trusted Tifa, right? He trusted Tifa that she could handle it, but Aerith just didn't want Cloud to, you know, regret it, you know, and go after her. Which essentially you could argue that Aerith was doing that because she knew about Cloud's feelings for Tifa, because she does know the future, you know. Also, I just want to say, community game. Oh, that means, okay, I totally read this wrong. For some strange reason, I thought this meant like the Final Fantasy VII community was the best of the year. I'm like, that is not the case whatsoever. The Final Fantasy VII community is. But that just means that the community voted for Final Fantasy VII as their game of the year. Why is Barrett so handsome? FF7 community is absolute dog shit? Yeah. Wait, what am I doing? Oh, look, somebody commented. Someone commented on my that's funny. Someone commented on this. Try harder. I mean, all I said was that it's interesting, that it's very similar. You're the one who was making it a point that you thought that it was like. Also, why you telling it me? Hamaguchi's the one that said the comment. I have never once actually called them sibling coded at all, Cloud and Aerith. I have never once called them that. That's literally fucking Hamaguchi. Oh, Dashing Dave made a new video about the Aerith sister thing. Oh. Yay. Like I said, I was just making an observation. Again, you can interpret. I already made a comment on in regards to the whole thing. Like, I literally made a comment on it that literally stated my thoughts on it, which you saw in the video and the way I was talking earlier inside the video. Again, I said, interpret how you wish. Interpret how you wish at the end of the day. Again, I don't use ships in the mindset of siblings. I have never once called Cloud and Aerith siblings. Because I do not think of ships like that at all. At all. Because that to me is always an insane take for characters who aren't fucking siblings and claim it as such. That comes from getting that used on me so many fucking times. So I refuse to do it. Excuse me. Holy hell. Yeah, Dashing Dave was funny, yeah. I like his videos. Which, by the way, they just every time I see comments that I literally ignore them. Oh yeah, I ignore them too. I'm just like, alright. You're the one getting angry for no reason. I didn't even say anything at all. Just saying based off what another person said. Speaking of sibling coded relationships that people keep using on me. One Piece shipping, because if you are a Luffy Nami shipper, right? We got something that is very interesting. I don't know how to describe this at all. Because why in the fucking world would Oda draw this with Nami having her hand around Luffy's leg? Like, what is the reason for this? This is like a Luffy Nami crumb, and I'm just like so fucking like, I was happy because we got something before the year ended, and this is the last chapter before the new year. And I'm just like, why? Why? What is the purpose of this? I don't get it. What's the purpose of that? Like, why would he draw that? Isn't Nami modeled after Oda's wife? No. Nami was modeled before Oda met his wife. But he does add certain characteristics from his wife later on into Nami's character. What's it called? There was an interview he had like a couple years ago, like a TV interview where he mentions. Let me see if I can find it because I do have the pictures for him. Actually, you know what? I can find it on Discord easily, much easier. Nami claiming her man. You see, that's what it kind of feels like, but I don't want to use that as anything like it because knowing the way Oda does things, I want to believe it, but it's also just like, why would Oda do it though? Because it kind of resembles another color spread that he drew, which was a lot more fucking wild. This one, and this is like one of those where it's just like, hold the phone. Like, this was the 20th anniversary color spread that he did, right? You have the throne, you have Luffy in the center sitting on the throne, and you have Nami literally sitting right next to him. Where the fuck is his arm going? Where's Luffy's arm going? With the way it's drawn, you would think his arm is going behind Nami. As if like he's clinging onto her. You don't see it because her legs cover where his arm could possibly be. But why draw it like this? Like it clearly goes behind her. We don't know exactly what happens to the arm, but and this is supposed to represent like Luffy being a king, Zoro and Sanji being the knights, and it's just like, that's why it's just like interesting to see some of these color spreads, because I don't necessarily take color spreads as evidence, but what they do show is that they show at least Oda's way of thinking. Can't wait to see what the person will say part 3 since they think you should try harder. Who, me? Oh. Listen. I've been shipping for years. Right? I've been shipping for years. People always seem to think that, you know, if you're louder than everyone else, if you are more annoying than everyone else, then your ship will become canon, when half the time it does not. For people who I find, or who say things that like never change their mind or are annoying, or like, you know, say stuff like try harder, you know, that kind of stuff, I always go back to what this individual says.
I learned a long time ago that there's no sense getting all riled up every time a bunch of idiots give you a hard time. In the end, the universe tends to unfold as it should.
If people want to come to me, yell at me, tell me I'm wrong, argue with me, insult me, and stuff like that, they could keep doing that. I'm never going to do it. I'm never going to go to these people and insult them. I'm never going to go and be annoying to them. I'm never going to tell them that they shouldn't ship this, they shouldn't ship that. I'm not going to do that. Because at the end of the day, you know, if I'm right in my assessment and my interpretations, then that would be proven on its own. And I don't even have to say a word. I don't have to insult them, say anything back to them, just ignore them. And if I'm fortunate enough, things will come out and in the end, they are gonna feel embarrassed that they did those things because their ship or like their point of view, their interpretation did not become canon. Yes, but this. So this is right here. This is Oda. Someone asked him a question about Here we go. So this is what the interviewer asked him. There's a rumor that your wife is similar with Nami. Which part of her do you like? He talks about how he met his wife. My wife participated in the One Piece musical in 2003 and she played the role of Nami. Not that I copied her and drew Nami. Surprisingly, manga artists tend to marry people who like their heroines. This is just, I think, someone's comment. But yeah, someone asked him about Nami and how much she's like related to his wife, right? And this was his response. Mangaka tend to draw the ideal woman. They mostly would get married with someone who is similar with their heroine. So not only does Oda confirm that Nami is a heroine, right? That she's the female hero of the story, but that he drew her based off of who his, ideal partner would be, which turned out to be the person who cosplayed as Nami in a musical play. Right? And it's funny because he's using like a Luffy fucking face to cover his face, right? So it's like, that's kind of funny. So that's why I'm like, so that's like one of the things that we use as like kind of like evidence and like proof that, there's a possibility because he thinks about those sort of things. He likes Nami. He's a big fan of Nami, and most people who have heroines usually are. Like, people who have heroines always love their heroines, aside from like, other female characters, right? They usually always love the heroine, which is why it's like, don't worry about that. That's just my roommate. So, it's just like, this is like, I don't ship Luffy Nami just because they're the MC and the main heroine. I don't ship him for that kind of like very shallow reason. I don't. I ship him because I like the dynamic, I like the bond, and Oda seems to gift us with certain things from here and now, right? And it's why I ship him, even if they don't become canon. It doesn't really matter to me. Because at the end of the day, I ship them because I like their dynamic and bond more than anything else. I kind of want to know more about Oda's relationship with his daughter. I can see between Bonnie and Kuma. He's mentioned certain things about his daughter. He mentioned like some story about like his daughter was asked by her fellow classmates if like why her dad was perverted or something shit like that. I think that, hold on, let me see. Hold on. Oh, yeah. His daughter once asked him, "Papa, you like boobs, don't you?" Imagine hearing your daughter fucking say that. Oh, yeah. So his daughter's a troll, just like him. His daughter did also say that her favorite character is Hancock and Chopper, I believe. She also once asked him if his manga's doing okay because My Hero Academia came out.
That right there is emotional damage.
Yeah. Oh my god. Literally this. Oda's daughter loves Hancock so much that she even brings Hancock's character figure to the hospital. When she asks Oda, "Daddy, you really love his boobs, right?" Oda realizes I have nothing to lose anymore. That's funny. Oh. The only thing I will say that's kind of sad is that he apparently can only hang out with his daughter like once a week. Yeah, and he sleeps for like only 3 hours a day, which is nuts to think about. What? No. I got a spam on Twitter. But yeah, we got like Luffy Nami fans got a good crumb from this. Again, I do not understand the hand position, but it is a good crumb. I'm very happy about that. That is sad. What the fuck? She's basically not in his life, which is why he gets breaks more often than not. He gets a lot of breaks, and most of the time he does go visit them a lot more often. I believe he says that, but I think that was also like 6 years ago. So I think nowadays he does go visit them more often. But that's honestly the life of a mangaka. You're essentially stuck in a studio for like 17, maybe even more hours per day, drawing a manga week to week. It is a brutal fucking job. Oh boy. I just saw an error in Tifa artwork. It's funny. Can't even imagine. Hope you can spend as much time with your family. It's not helping to spend your life on work. Well, it's not. A lot of manga authors don't live long. They don't live long because of how stressful the job is. Like, the stress of the job, I think, likely led to the creator of Berserk dying. You know, someone's questioning why Sisei was part of Rebirth, why bring her back if not to be with Zack? Because people have asked what the hell happened to her for years after Crisis Core. Like, legit, nobody knew what the fuck happened. This is them just showing you what happened. Like, what happened to Cisne. That's literally it. It's essentially just a, not an Easter egg, but, just to answer those questions. That's literally all that was for. Also, Cisne was never freaking in love with Zack. Maybe she had feelings, right? But she even admits it in the actual thing that in the game, doesn't she? That she doesn't feel that way about Zack. Like, she even tells Aerith, no, it's not like that. So don't worry. I'm so done with people constantly making women characters' sole purpose and story to be centered around men and having a relationship with them. Yes, that I don't like that either. What's funny enough is that a lot of people accuse myself and other Luffy Nami shippers of that as well. That they think that that I guarantee you, if you met a Nami fan, 9 times out of 10, they will probably be they'll probably like Nami more. Wait, let me rephrase that, because I'm saying it the wrong way. If you meet a Sanji fan who also claims they're a Nami fan, 9 times out of 10, the only reason why they like Nami is because they want Nami to be with Sanji. And for the most part, a lot of them, not all of them, a lot of them tend to view Nami as a trophy for Sanji. Which is why I don't necessarily like the Sanji Nami ship, because some of the shippers, instead of celebrating like moments that could be canon or like could showcase their relationship, tend to do that a lot. Where they care more about Sanji than they do Nami, even though they claim to be Nami fans. From the actual Nami fans that I know, who are actually really big Nami fans, a lot of them do not at all like Sanji that much. And it makes sense why. Because of some of the stuff that he does. His pervertedness can be very unappealing for Nami fans. You know? But yeah, Sanji fans who also say they're Nami fans, a lot of the time, they only care about Sanji. And they only use Nami as a way because they want her to be with Sanji, because they are more of a Sanji fan than they are a Nami fan. Some people think, since they talk about Cloud, not Zack, to Aerith, I don't know why they think that. Alright. I mean, she literally talks and refers to about the person she's waiting for. And that literally leads to you to think, whatever. Oh my god. Why do people... oh my god, my brain hurts. God damn it. Yeah, one of my favorite artists kind of made a statement on that. They feel like that all of Tifa Rose and Rebirth, especially in Gaga after falling to Mako. That's why I like the adaptation of Sanji. Made him feel like he's really kind of just a flirt. Yes, they toned down Sanji's flirtation, and that was good. I didn't want to see a perverted Sanji in the live action. That would have been the cringiest shit in the fucking world. So I'm glad they went that route. that Tifa's role is in Rebirth, especially on Gaga. What do you mean by that all of Tifa's roles in Rebirth? I don't think I'm understanding this properly. Thank God they went that route. So the actor's too wholesome to do something that's just cringe. Yeah. I see what they say. They make a valid point. They're not necessarily wrong on that. Also, his Instagram account is training. He's incredible. He also learned how to cook professionally. Yeah, well, man, he's fucking dedicated as fuck to the role. I give props to him. I understand it. I just don't agree. Meh. It's a valid point. It's just at the end of the day, it's just like I said, you're never gonna recapture that same emotion ever again, no matter how much you remake Final Fantasy VII, because people who remember it, people who know about it, are not gonna be surprised that she's dead. So how would you switch up that scene? And they decided to go with Cloud's perspective because they wanted to showcase confusion, which led to the whole thing about them marketing this idea that they want you to keep debating, to keep discussing it, to keep, Final Fantasy VII, the conversation going forever until part 3, which I do not agree with. on my back. Yeah, so essentially, that's all big old hoopla that's going on with the Final Fantasy VII community, as well as One Piece shipping, baby. I love talking about shipping. It's one of my favorite topics in the world. I love it. We really need to watch more video analysis on what people consider romance, because it's like, it's very interesting seeing other people's perspective, like we did in the first video we watched. But it's interesting. But Final Fantasy 16 is pretty fun. Kind of wish they did a little more with Jill. That's part of it. That's a huge critique people have. I think Jill should have been have a lot more impact in the game. Like, they generally don't end the shipping debate. The game will simply be known for how the community destroyed the entire story simply because people can't stop talking about how the shipping aspect of it. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not knocking the romance aspect of the story. No, I get you. They need to make it clear. People have been debating this for 27 years, right? It's like, come on, guys. Come on. You cannot keep getting people. You cannot keep it ambiguous. You have to make it clear. Stop. Like, holy fuck, man. Just make it clear. Regardless of who they eventually decide on, even if they decide on like Cloud and Aerith, make it fucking clear. You know, whatever they decide on, there's gonna be discussion still, but you have to make it clear. You have to like literally fucking tell us who you want to be canon in the story. So please just make it clear, for fuck's sake. That's all I fucking ask. Holy hell. I can't even imagine spending 27 years debating this. I would have already moved on. It's because the reality is they did not make it clear enough. Like, you and me can sit here and say they have made it clear, right? But they have not made it clear enough. And this is their time to make it clear. No more funny business. No more of these fucking, like, interpretation bullshit. You have to make it clear. Whether it be through boat ships, whatever it is, to, if it means kissing, kiss. Which I guess doesn't really fucking matter anymore, because everyone will be like, oh, that, there already was a kiss or whatever. Fucking, I don't know. Fucking make them have sex. If you want to make Claudia and Xerath canon, just have them sex, and then people will be like, oh yeah, well, they didn't really have sex, or like they thought it was Cloud thought it was Aerith he was having sex with, or he was thinking about Aerith the entire time. People are gonna come up with that bullshit story, but then they'll just be laughing stock at that point. The only thing that they will say that is somewhat of an argument is that they don't view the remake as canon. That the OG is canon because it allows them to have this idea that, yes, Cloud and Aerith, or Cloud really want to meet Aerith again, or whatever reason they choose. It's never gonna end unless Final Fantasy VII devs make it very clear. Either one side will be upset at the end, so you're gonna have to deal with it. I mean, yes, one side is gonna be very upset. They're gonna go through the 5 stages of grief, and hopefully they learn acceptance. Even OG is cloudy, yes, but that's why I'm saying you have to make it clear with the remake project. You have to make it clear. And if they want to say, and if they want to use the shit like the remake project isn't the true story. The OG is a true story. The remake project meant nothing. Then you shouldn't have debated people about the remake project if that's how you felt. The only reason why you feel that way now is because you lost. And people have receipts. People have fucking receipts. And you could continue making that argument. You could continue shipping. You know, just a reminder, you could continue shipping Cloud and everything, even if they don't become canon. You could definitely do that. But you cannot argue, you know, the canoncy of, you know, the losing ship. Because if your ship doesn't become canon, you cannot argue that your ship is more canon than the actual canon ship. But like I said, they have to make it clear. Make it fucking clear. No more of this fucking ambiguous bullshit. Regardless of what ship they choose, make it fucking clear. I'm tired of this fucking ambiguous bullshit. Oh, are you kidding me? Of course there will be. Look at the last fucking several shipping wars that have been decided on canon. Look at the one that's currently happening now with My Hero Academia. You have fucking people who ship certain ships that lost just continuously either make weird claims, weird takes, or even draw art and claiming they fixed the ending of the story. It's gonna happen in Final Fantasy VII. It just is. Shipping wars never end peacefully. They always end with one side doing everything possible to try and cope, to try and claim that the devs know nothing, that the devs are dumb, that why should we believe the devs? The devs don't know their characters, the devs doesn't know their relationship. Why should we believe the devs? Death of the author, you know, all of this stuff. It's going to happen. But here's the problem. If you do that, you're gonna come out as the fool. People will not take you seriously. The only people that will are people who follow or, you know, do the same things as you do. But casual fans, people who actually play the game, will be like, you're kind of crazy right now. You've lost. Why are you acting like this? It doesn't bode well for the loser regardless, because it makes you just look terribly bad. It makes you look whiny. It makes you look like a man-child. It makes you look bad. It makes your community look bad. You know? Hey, Taichi, what's up? Did you already talk about the recent One Piece color spread? Yes, we did. Looking at Toro was no surprise with the coat, but seeing some people actually change their minds on Luna was a nice change. I did not see the changes. I've seen the copes, especially from certain fucking users. But yeah, it was fun. I still am baffled that Oda fucking drew Nami holding Luffy's leg like that. Like, what was going through his mind when he decided on that? Like, I want to know, like, why did he do that? Like, there was no need. He could have literally put Nami's hand on, you know, Frankie's head, but he had it around his leg? I don't get that. I made the similarity with the 20th anniversary color spread when Luffy's hand and arm is behind Nami on that throne. I'm just like, look, I don't take color spreads as canon evidence at all, but his ideas go into those color spreads. His ideas, the way he thinks goes into those color spreads. And it's just like, I want to know why. He's making her very clingy to him. Dashing Ava's a savage right now? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh god. I could imagine. I would watch it on stream, but he just uploaded it, so I'm not gonna watch it on stream. I'm gonna respect it and let him. We'll watch it next time. But yeah, he just posted that video, so I'm not gonna watch it on stream. You know. But yeah, like. I want to know what went through Oda's head when he drew that color spread. I really do. Because, like, how? Like, it doesn't make sense. Oh, God, what happened? Oh, from his video? Oh, no. Is he really going ballistic? Oh, boy. Maybe do a collab with him. I'm always fearful of doing collabs with people because it's not that I don't want to. It's more of I really don't want them to think I'm taking or like I'm using them, you know, for clout or anything. Like I have this. There's always this feeling of like a fear that they might think that I'm using them in some sort of capacity, you know. I had this fear for years now, and it's just like I don't want them to feel that way or give them that impersonation. I'm only wanting to collab with them for that reason. It just sucks because that's not what I want to do. I want to talk to them, you know. That's why I always hesitate or have a hard time just contacting people, you know. Some people are saying it's because the amount of color spreads that he does with them is helping them change their opinion. Interesting. I mean, I personally would not use color spreads as evidence, but like, if that's making them change their opinion, that's fantastic. Also, the coping that people use of them are saying that the Nami's holding him back from falling over. That's the lies as if Nami doesn't know that Luffy can't handle himself. If that is the case, right? If that was actually the case, I would feel like she would have a different expression on her face. Oh, the intro opening a drink and taking a sip saying Claret's tears. Oh, that's funny. You see, I can't be that savage. It sucks. You know, because it's just like, I can't be that mean. I don't have that mean bone in my body. Unless I get pissed off. Yeah, like, I don't think that cope works, Taichi, because it's just like, she would have a different expression. She doesn't have that expression on her face. She looks like she's having fun. And that whatever Luffy's about to do, she's going to join him. It doesn't look like that's the expression she's giving. Man, it's gonna be fun watching Daenerys' video. After catching up with the series, I was surprised how Oda actually had Nami stand on Luffy after grabbing his face. She has never done that before to anyone, right? I was surprised. I was like, what? That is... Like, she's getting bolder. Like, you kind of can see that she's kind of getting bolder a little bit. With, like, the... with the grabbing, with the interaction she has with Luffy, she's getting very much bolder, which could mean something. We will have to see, but it definitely could mean that, you know, she's like becoming more what's the word I'm looking for? Not clingy, but she's becoming more the fuck's the word I'm looking for? Comfortable. You know? She's becoming more comfortable with her closeness with Luffy, which is great, which is what you want to see. To be fair, the clever community has been attacking him, and so I can understand why he despises them. Man, you know what? That is fair. I understand what you're saying on being clear, but probably just a me thing on that. I don't know how much more clear can they really be when her death and the licensing are there in the OG and the remake, but that probably is just a me problem. Honestly, and you're 100% correct. What? No. Here's the thing. Sandy, you are 100% correct. You are 100% correct. The issue is again, look at all the comments I've been making about Aerith's death scene. They're constantly talking about, is she alive? Is she not? You know, that kind of stuff. We are able to pick on the times when, you know, they talk about Aerith actually being dead and in the live stream. But it's still ambiguous. They're not confirming that. It's like, you have some of them confirming it, but then you have others being like, maybe she is, maybe she isn't. Like, there's no clear message. And that's what's frustrating. Like, they're not being fucking clear, and it's so annoying. You know, it's so fucking annoying. True. And then Jimmy did write black and white and on your way to a smile. Again, they're not being clear, and they need to be clear. Like, that's why I really want them to be clear, because part 3, enough is enough. Let this fucking debate end. Nami's the instigator. I feel like she would have to be the person to lead because Luffy's oblivious to any inclinations to romantic love. That's not necessarily true. Luffy understands the concepts. He talks about, he knows what marriage is. He knows about kissing. WCI showcases a lot of things that show how much Luffy actually knows and understands about romance and love. He's just not currently interested in that aspect of his life because he's focused on being a pirate king. You're not wrong, is that Nami will probably be the one that instigates, like, you know, her feelings towards Luffy. If they were to become, or if Oda was going to start doing that, right? It would be Nami that starts it. But Luffy is not necessarily always, he's not oblivious. He just doesn't care. Because he's more focused on his goal to become a pirate king. He knows what kissing is. He knows what marriage is, right? He understands those concepts because he grew up with people. It's not similar to the way Goku, because Goku grew up in like the fucking mountains with no social like experience, no social interactions with anybody. So it's like, of course he would know what fucking marriage is and get tricked to getting married to Chi-Chi. It makes sense. Luffy has. Luffy has grew up in society. He took lessons from Makino. He knows kissing. He knows marriage. He's probably seen a few weddings, probably because he saw them as like big parties, where he could eat. But he knows because you've seen aspects of Luffy show him that he knows what marriage and kissing are. So he has inklings of it. He knows what it is. He just is not interested in them at all. I feel your frustration. I didn't play the OG and even I had enough of the Shipping Wars. Make it clear, please. Yeah, right? Shadow Fox? It's like Shadow Fax. It's like, fucking Christ. Like, don't get me wrong. I enjoy shipping debates. Because a lot of times you could see how some people can really make fools of themselves. And that even includes some Claudie fans. Right? Because there are some Claudie fans who are kind of like, alrighty. Like the whole thing recently with Midgard Blues and him yelling and being angry about Aerith. Or her being angry about whatever. Them being angry about Aerith and yelling at the screen. I'm just like, ooh, Look, I know Aerith's writing is kind of bad in Rebirth, but like, I wouldn't get that angry. Like, holy hell. Like, just freaking no. Yes, you can hate Aerith. You can dislike Aerith, but like, that was cringe. I'm sorry. Yeah. But I understand why a lot of people, especially in the One Piece community, in terms of people who like shipping, don't want Oda to do like an open ending because it's just going to cause years and years of debates. Make it clear. Shipping is brutal, I'll tell you that much. Shipping can be great, but it can also suck. There are certain Claudies that are generally need to get a grip on reality. Also, Midgard Blue was body shaming Aerith by comparing it with her daughters. It's fucking weird. This is what I mean by the misogyny and the fact that unfortunately Tifa and Aerith's characters suffer due to the fandom. Yeah. Yeah, it's a very similar aspect to essentially people saying Tifa's gooner bait. That always frustrates me because there's so much more to Tifa's character than just fucking her body, Same thing happens with Nami as well. Fucking hell, the amount of times people call her fucking gold digger and that she'll do anything for sex or for money, whatever, is just fucking disgusting. Alright. I'll probably end it here because it is getting late. It's 12 a.m. So I'll probably end it here. Tomorrow I'm gonna go see the Sonic movie with a friend, so that should be fun. Saturday I thought I was gonna be able to stream Spooky Saturday, but I got word that I will be dog sitting for the next 6 days, but I will come home to stream on Sunday. So Sunday, Monday, so Sunday, Monday I'll be coming home to stream. So the next stream will probably be on Sunday. I apologize for this weird ass streaming schedule. It's just work. My second job now is just all going all over the place. But I will be now that the holidays are coming, I'll probably be able to stream a little bit more. Tell us about the next stream, what you think of the movie. Yes. And assuming if what happens in the next like the after credits, assuming if she's in there, there will be also something for the streaming shipping wise to discuss about. Good night, Shadowfax. Thank you for being here and listening to me rant about Final Fantasy VII. It was a lot of fun. Alright, so I'm gonna head off. There's a lot of fun. If there's any, if you guys find any sort of shipping videos that you want me to watch and discuss, could be about Final Fantasy VII, could be about anything, I'll gladly watch it on stream, because these are a lot of fun. A huge Amy fangirl. I hope she's in there. It's about time she fucking gets in there. But it should be fun. I can't wait to see the movie and experience one of the most iconic scenes ever in Sonic. Oh God, I'm evil. Evil. But yeah, alright, take care everyone. Have a great rest of your night, rest of your evening. I will see you guys next time. Oh boy. Have a great night, and thank you, Taichi. Yeah, who knows what will happen anymore, because the Ultimania comes out next week, which would be fun to discuss, but we'll find out. Can't wait to hear what more shipping bullshit happens in the next coming weeks, but yay!